Amsterdam, and welcome to the audience online. It's a great honor to have you with us today and to be together. We're here at Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam, where we are heading towards the end of the academic year. Summer is approaching and we are about to embark on a very special day, I think. We have come together as speakers and as listeners to learn about the incredible historical impacts that live and should live on as memories, as stories, as testimonies for what should be avoided in today and in the future. Future generations need these stories to lean on and to learn. We have about 150 people listening, among which the winner of the students' calls for abstracts. Their studies are now presented on the OurWorldHeritage website, and I would like to thank those participants, and I would like to invite everyone to have a look on the OurWorldHeritage website, and the link will be posted now online, so you can see the 7 selected posters. My name is Maaike Goedkoop. I am a long-time collaborator with OurWorldHeritage that in the last 3 years has put all his passion and effort to build an online platform for heritage communities to share stories, to learn from each other, and to find collective challenges in preserving heritage. We believe we share these values at Seoul National University and VU Amsterdam, with whom we collaborated on making today happen. We're honored to follow up on last year's international seminar on heritage interpretation, held in July last year in New York City, together with Seoul National University and the International Coalition of Sites of Conscience, who is here today again. Thank you for your valued presence here in the room and all over the world. We look forward to hearing your ideas. And I would like to introduce now 3 persons that have been crucial in organizing today. I would like to invite first Professor Dong-Joon Jo. Dong-Joon Jo is a professor at the Department of Political Science and International Relations of Seoul National University. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So good morning to all participants in person and greetings to all participants, online participants. So it is my honor to deliver opening remark to this conference. So let me bring you back to the year of 1993. So some young participant, you may be not, the human being at the time, but it is the year when the World Wide Web, the first internet browser was released publicly. I was in the middle of 20s, a foolish young boy at that time. I vividly remember I vividly remember how the first internet browser excited people. It is what people expected 30 years ago. So as long as you have access to internet and know how to do web surfing, so it means searching activity in internet at the time, you can get what you want from the cyberspace. So if you upload valuable information in text, pictures, or sounds, people all around the world would go for them. The more sharing, the more and better transnational understanding. So geographical boundaries, the generation gaps, and time differences seem to lose gradually their meanings in new cyberspace. It looked like whole new world. It looked like really whole new world. So cosmopolitanism seemed to prevail in cyberspace. It was expected 30 years ago. But I admit, I was a foolish boy. So I opened my own personal web page at the time. So you expect, you know how foolish I was. So on my personal level, my web page was not popular. So even my friends did not visit my personal web page. On international level, more information in cyberspace did not lead to transnational understanding. As people search for what they want, confirmation bias got stronger. So it is my observation, confirmation bias got stronger in the cyberspace. So nationalist viewpoint prevailed in cyberspace. So negative forms of historical revisionism have been rampant in cyberspace. They even destabilized interstate relationship. In sum, internet browsing technology did not meet the high expectation in the last 30 years. Though I'm not savvy of the recent innovations in digital technology, I see similar phenomena. Innovations in digital technology tend to be utilized for negative aspects of historical revisionism. They seem to bring us more concerns and challenges. It was with such consideration in mind that organizing committee ended up with the title of this conference. The title of this conference implies we have to deal with challenging issues today. It's quite irony. Inside, we have to deal with challenging issues. Outside, it is such a beautiful day. However, it is our job to face inconvenient truth and figure out better solutions. So at the end of this conference, I expect we are much better off. So thanks for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you for this welcome, Professor Dong-Joon. I would like now to call Francesco on stage, Francesco Bandarin. Francesco is the founder of OurWorldHeritage, and he's a special advisor to the Director General of ICOM, and has been for a very, very long time the UNESCO Assistant Director General for Culture.
First of all, good morning to all of you and those who are online. I'm really happy to be back in this room. Just a few months ago, thanks to the invitation of Gert-Jan, we were holding a very interesting meeting on hairy land, which is a big project managed here at the Free University in Amsterdam. And perhaps that's where the idea of running this other conference came about. So I'd like to thank again Gert-Jan for his generosity in accepting to host this first out of Korea discussion promoted by the Seoul University on this very important issue, which is interpretation of heritage sites. Now, as we keep saying when we meet out of formal settings, we know that interpretation is a very it's a forgotten dimension in heritage management. It's perhaps I call it the Cinderella of World Heritage. Something that for some reason has been put at the end of the like a footnote in the great history of the convention. Not so much today, because I think it's coming back to everybody's attention the fact that interpretation matters, which perhaps is what we are going to discuss today, matters much more than it is written in the sacred texts. If you take the World Heritage Convention, the word interpretation doesn't appear. It appears in a sort of a pragmatic, operational, practical way, presentation of sites. Which means that you have to, after you've done the great work of preserving sites, you have also to present it to somebody, tourists or visitors and so on. So it's a kind of something that comes after the big task has been performed. And this is exactly what we want to address. This is the wrong approach. Interpretation comes before the presentation. And it's not just a practical function or accessory function. It's a central function of heritage management. I think there is a long history. We're not going to go into this now. Perhaps we'll discuss it later, or why this is so, and perhaps why we have this kind of amnesia in the heritage world. The amnesia that perhaps was addressed first in the US, as you know, in the 1950s, when Freeman Tilley and others started looking at interpretation as an important dimension. But certainly now that has become a centerpiece in the elaboration of new approaches to heritage, as we see in the work of our colleagues like Logan and Larsen, those who were actually in a very interesting meeting we had in Korea a few months ago on this issue. Why it's so important? We will have all day to discuss it, but certainly it's important because from interpretation depends the framing and understanding of the meanings of heritage. And heritage with no meanings is no heritage. So interpretation is the link between what we want to preserve and the society, the community, even the individual approach to heritage. It's also a way to represent heritage, not present, represent, giving a role in the society. It's a way also to deal with changes. We have in the World Heritage Convention, perhaps even in the heritage field at large, the practice of defining heritage at the beginning when it is inscribed and it is listed through a description, definition, like call it whatever, outstanding universal value, the statement of UV, whatever. And this tends to be a fixed description of the heritage. But things change, societies change, values change. So how do you change the original definition? Very many of the statements of outstanding universal value of the 1,159 sites inscribed in the World Heritage List are not only outdated, but they do not represent properly the values and the communities that are included in that heritage site. So interpretation is a way to deal with the evolution of society, the changes of values, the changes of approach, to open up to new issues, which are fortunately coming to the forefront in these very years, and they are represented here. The issue, for instance, the issue of memory, not the issue of human rights, issues of gender, and so on. You can list many of new issues that were not included in the original definitions. So it's not only a tool to update, adjust, modernize, and perhaps better reflect societal changes in the heritage field, but also a way to reform the heritage field, and to reform in particular the key tool that the international community has been able to establish for heritage management, the World Heritage Convention. Now, this is our objective. Try to give interpretation a much bigger role in the World Heritage Convention and in the heritage field. But there is a but. This cannot be done only through institutional processes. It requires an opening to other forces that society has been able to generate, structure, organize. We call it civil society, a broad term. Unless civil society is properly associated and included in the heritage identification, listing, management processes, we will not be able to make heritage, give to heritage a proper role in the social life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francesco, for this quick and very strong introduction into the theme of today. I'd like now to invite Gert-Jan, Professor Gert-Jan Burgers from VU University, Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam. Gert-Jan Burgers is professor in the Heritage of Cultural Landscapes and Urban Environments. Thank you for hosting us, Gert-Jan, today. The word is yours.
It's a pleasure, Maaike. Thank you. It is a real pleasure indeed to welcome you all here at Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam. I do so first of all on behalf of the University Board, which is greatly committed to the issues that we discuss today, to the interpretation of history and heritage, to diversity and inclusion. I also welcome you on behalf of the European project, it's called Innovative Training Network that I'm happy to coordinate. It's called Heriland. And in this network, VU University is one of 6 universities from all over Europe to train PhD researchers on heritage interpretation. That's what we're talking about here today. There are 15, at the moment, there are 15 PhD researchers involved, and the idea is to train them in approaching heritage from a critical, inclusive perspective. As a matter of fact, we've been granted funding from the EU to do this with the explicit promise to set up a new graduate school at the European level. The aim of this graduate school is indeed to train a new generation. That's, I think, what we need, a new generation of scholars and professionals in the field able to use heritage as a building stone for an inclusive and sustainable society. Today's workshop fits very well into this ambition, and that is why we are very happy to have you here today, both on-site and online participants. This is also why we are so happy to collaborate with our friends and esteemed colleagues from Seoul University and from OurWorldHeritage. Clearly, just a few words more, the approach to heritage that we've, and Francesco Bandarin already referred to, it is different from the traditional one. The traditional view of heritage cherishes rather an essentialist perspective, holding that heritage is what it is, that it has an intrinsic essence, leading us back to origins. Instead, especially since the 2000s, actually a critical approach has risen, one that questions the essentialist view, one that rather tends to focus on interpretation, to deconstruct how heritage is being used. This workshop is part, as I see it, of that new critical trend that it even goes beyond. That is, it does not only deconstruct, but it uses its critical mindset to build on social innovation in the future. It recognizes that heritage and that narratives that go with it are something that is being constructed, that we have actually a very clear responsibility here in constructing such narratives. I think that is, for me, the key word, responsibility, to construct such narratives. Focusing not only on golden ages, as quite often is done in the heritage field, but especially also on difficult heritage, dark heritage, painful heritage, wartime heritage. I'm particularly happy that today here in Amsterdam, we have gathered distinguished colleagues and online and on campus to discuss how to do this in a responsible way. And I wish you all a very insightful workshop. Thank you very much. Looking forward to it.
Thank you very much, Gert-Jan, for the constructive tone that hopefully sets a preset for today. Now on stage, I would like to invite Professor Andrew Gordon. Professor Andrew Gordon is a professor at the Department of History at Harvard, and we are very, very honored to have you today.
Thank you very much for the invitation to join you today. It's such a pleasure both to meet all of you in the room and to be able to speak to whoever it is that's out there in the online world. As was just said in that kind introduction, I'm a historian of labor focused on Japan, and I've written in the past about the kinds of places that became embroiled in controversy as they were presented to UNESCO for inscription as World Heritage Sites, in particular of the Meiji era Industrial Revolution. And the realization of that controversy led me to return to that work and think about those places in a new way. Which not only does heritage change as times change, but so does the thinking of historians in general, or a particular historian like myself over time. As the present changes, we change our views of the past. And I'm particularly delighted because although I've been engaged in this effort to make sense, and I'll turn to that in a moment, of the controversies over industrial heritage in Japan, I haven't yet engaged the broader community of people around the world engaged in critical heritage studies, and in particular, the issues of dealing with industrial heritage or difficult history, dark history around the world. And so I feel like finally I've made contact with a community that I have been needing to be connected to for several years, but it's never too late. And I'm really glad to be having the chance to get to know you all and also learn from you all. So as many of you know, but just in case some of you don't, very briefly, the Japanese government put forward to UNESCO and the World Heritage Committee in 2014-15 a nomination for sites of the Industrial Revolution in Japan in the Meiji era, 1860s through 1910, mostly on the southern island of Kyushu, coal mines, iron furnaces and steel mills and shipyards. And that nomination met resistance and objection from, in particular, the government of South Korea, although also the PRC, on the grounds, the correct grounds, that the nomination did not address any history beyond the Meiji period, and especially did not address the dark legacy or experience of the use of forced labor during the Second World War. And that's a position that I'm very sympathetic to. The official story put forward to UNESCO by the Japanese nominating party, the Japanese State Party, was these places are important because they show that Japan was the first non-Western nation to industrialize, in the words of the nomination paper, through a self-determined strategy. That's not wrong. It's not false. It's just not enough. The nomination was nearly 100%, probably 99% focused on the mastery of technology and the adaptation to Japanese circumstances of Western technology. One problem was that this limited the history at stake, the way the nomination was framed. Well, one problem was there was only technology. Another problem was temporal, that the history was limited only to the time frame of the Meiji era, 1868 to 1910. Actually, that's 2 years short of the Meiji era, and the choice of 1910 certainly has some connection to that being the year that Japan colonized Korea, although it includes that year, so that's tricky to understand. But it allowed the avoidance of the issue of wartime labor. So that was one source of my frustration at this nomination, and I'm interested, have been, to see what other possibilities there are. So the first point I want to make, though, is that in addition to focusing on the dark wartime history, it's crucial to focus on the critical omissions in the discussion of this era itself in the nomination that was put forward. And that's an interpretation issue that was somewhat addressed by ICOMOS, saying that this in 2014-15, that this nomination doesn't include as much social history as it ought to include. But let me go into a little more detail about what was omitted. One omission was that forced labor in the form of prison labor was extensively used in the mines that were under discussion that have been inscribed as World Heritage Sites and other places. And so let's see, the laser pointer is here. Whoops, oh my goodness. What did I do? I turned it off. Oh, the laser pointer is here. Okay, so in 1888, this monument was put up in the town of Omuta, the site of the Mitsui Maaike mine, one of the World Heritage Sites, in memory of prisoners who died while working at the mine. So there was public recognition of this history at the time, even in 1888. Also in 1916, the company itself, the Mitsui Mining Company, put up this grand monument commemorating the mine's 40th anniversary under Mitsui management. And on the back of this is, first, you have to know how to read Japanese. Secondly, it's a little bit hard to read it up on the screen, but just take my word that the part in the blue rectangle is a somewhat detailed, by the standards of a stone monument, description of the use of prison labor at the mine. It's not an apology, but it's also not an affirmation. It's just a statement of fact. So this history is not hidden, and it's one extraordinarily important omission of the story, official story being told in the World Heritage Sites. Omission number 2, harsh treatment of the workers. And this is also hardly hidden. Labor historians have written about it for decades and decades. And there's a visual record in these remarkable paintings by a self-taught painter who was a miner in the island of Kyushu, in an area that is not part of the World Heritage nomination, but is very nearby. And these paintings have actually been nominated as Memory of the World in a separate process. So they're also recognized globally. Some of Yamamoto's paintings show the lovely community life that was going on at the time, which existed. Mining communities have lots of solidarity. They do have community. It's not just a destroyed set of anomic individuals, but they also have harshness. And he showed the harsh treatment by the supervisor of a worker, and he excerpted from his diary that he kept through his life, a description. And also that labor, women as well as men worked, the conditions were tough. So this story is also well known. That's omission number. So omission number one, our prison is prison labor. Omission number two is harsh conditions. Omission number three are accidents. Mining is dangerous. Anybody who has been a miner, who's studied mining, knows this. There's nothing in any of the nomination or the inscription or the information center, none of the authorized history talks about accidents. And yet you can go to a coal mining museum in Kyushu, the Nogata Coal Mining Museum, and find this panel that's so big, it fills a wall that's almost the size of this screen in this room for those of you in the room. And I couldn't get a picture of the whole thing without making it so small that you couldn't read it. But here are all the accidents that happened in the Meiji era, and this goes up through the 1980s, where more than 10 people died and or 30 were injured. And you could see that 2 of them are at the Takashima mine in Kyushu, which is one of the World Heritage Sites, more or less adjacent to the island of Hashima or Gunkanjima Battleship Island. And they were, this one, it's a gas explosion in 1906, 307 lives it's lost. It's the second worst. It's a horrendous accident. So this is another important omission. Fourth omission, disease. Especially on the islands that were used for mining, where the water had to be shipped in, keeping the water clean and dirty water is, of course, a cause of cholera. There were tremendous outbreaks, awful outbreaks of cholera. The statistics are a little slippery. I am not sure which ones are accurate for the numbers who died in the very worst outbreak at the Takashima mine, which is again nearby. And Takashima mine is part of the World Heritage Sites. In 1885, I've seen different estimates of 800 or half of 3,000 miners having died. And this was, again, not a hidden history. It was a scandal at the time. It was in the newspapers. It was the equivalent in American English muckraker, the people who are going and exposing scandal. They wrote about this extensively. So again, not a hidden history. The final omission, and in some ways the most surprising, is the omission of any reference to this industrialization process as the foundation for Japanese imperialism and colonial rule, putting aside whatever was done during wartime. That is to say, how could Japan be victorious in the Sino-Japanese War in 1894-5 or in the Russo-Japanese War in 1904-5 and take control of the island of Taiwan and then the peninsula of Korea? It's because it could have its own industrial power as well as imported arms and ships. And that's thanks to or due to this industrialization. And there's a slogan in Japanese, rich country, strong military, Fukoku Kyohei, which is a slogan of the government at the time that's in all the textbooks. Every child who studies Japanese history in Japan sees that 4-character slogan and says, what we tried to do in this era and succeeded was Fukoku Kyohei, rich country, strong military. And yet the nomination to UNESCO, it's about 1,500 pages. I've not read every word, but I've also done a full text search. I haven't found that slogan mentioned once. And it's important because not only did the successful industrialization allow the military to build itself up and prevail in these wars, it was the reparations taken out of from the Qing Empire in 1895 after the Sino-Japanese War that provided the funding directly to build the Yahata Iron and Steel Works, which is a World Heritage Site. And there's no discussion at that site of the discussion says the government realized that it needed its own iron and steel capacity, and despite the financial situation of the government being straightened, we invested and built the mine. Well, the financial situation was not so straitened because the government took a reparations from China that was roughly 4.5 times the annual size of the budget and devoted a big portion of it to building the mill. So those are some omissions that are crucial and need to be part of the story. Finally, this narrow story, finally, before I turn to the question of what can be done, the narrow story is repeated in the case of Northern Japan in a new form of heritage marking that I think it's important to look into, both for Japan and for others around the world. And this is called Japan Heritage, or Nihon Isan. And it's only been in existence since 2015, I think not entirely coincidentally, the year of the Kyushu inscription. Japan Heritage is designated by the Japanese Cultural Agency of the Ministry of Education in consultation with local communities and prefectures. It's a branding for promoting tourist and promoting local revitalization. It's also, I think, a way to tell the heritage story without having to bother with the messiness of dealing with an international organization. And in Hokkaido, then, remarkably parallel to the Meiji industrial sites in Kyushu, there's what would be called in UNESCO terms a serial nomination. That is, the designation of Hokkaido's industrial heritage as Japan Heritage happened in 2019. And it's this cluster of locations. I visited one museum, the Yubari Coal Mining Museum, where this exhibit was taking place this spring to celebrate this fairly recent designation. And here are the many places. Some of them are coal mines, some of them are iron and steel mills, and some of them are, one is a harbor, Otaru, which was a center of commerce. What's interesting is the Meiji industrial sites are framed around iron and steel, coal mining and shipbuilding. This is a 3-part coal iron harbor serial nomination. Essentially, it's a kind of mirror, but it's done unilaterally by the Japanese government. It's very much a sanitized history. Even this museum, which used to have some discussion of industrial accidents, I was told, took that out in order to be sure to get Japan Heritage designation to bring in tourists. So there's this type of activity going on, and so it does raise the question of what to do, which is what I want to turn to. So one thing that's important to do before I get to sort of pushing back formally to UNESCO is I think it's important to frame this particular story not just as a wartime labor story. That's true. That is an important story. But by framing it that way, it turns into a South Korea versus Japan political debate. This is a problem of historians and interpretation of the entire period of Japanese industrialization. And the more it gets framed that way, the more I think there can be traction to the objections that doesn't simply reduce to a bilateral international relations dispute. So that's one thought, and I'm interested in your thoughts on this. Of course, the other thing to be done, which is being done, is mainly it's from the Republic of Korea, pushing back, not entirely, some POW associations have also raised objections from the United States, pushing back to this avoidance of telling the story of the wartime forced labor. And this, I skipped over this fact earlier. When UNESCO agreed to inscribe these sites in 2015, a compromise was reached between the Japanese party, the Korean party, saying that we, Japanese government, recognized there were people who were forced to work against their will, and will give out this story at a new information center. That information center, as I view it, as many people view it, is grossly inadequate. It hasn't fulfilled the promise that was made. So the Republic of Korea has formally complained. And then ICOMOS has in 2020 done its own independent assessment and more or less agrees with the complaint. And this is still an issue unresolved before UNESCO. So pushing further on this is worth doing. But I have to say my somewhat cynical interpretation would be too strong to call this a fool's errand. but it's going to lead limited fruit. It's going to yield limited fruits. There's a limit to what can be done. And this, I think, echoes Francesco's remarks earlier at this intergovernmental level. It's still worth doing, but then what else can be done? One is to highlight the fact that in Japan, in the communities where these industries operated, there already is an alternative history being told. It's not enough being highlighted, and I'm now limiting myself mainly to the wartime story. There's also I've already shown you how the Meiji era story is marked and commemorated locally. For example, there exist in the vicinity of the Maaike mine, which was the most important coal mine in South Korea, already 4 monuments to the memory of the Korean and Chinese laborers who died during their forced labor. 2 of them, one at a Buddhist temple here, one at the entry point of one of the Maaike mines, mark the deaths, and here are the list of the names of the Chinese workers. And 2 of them, this one is at the same Buddhist temple. These are side by side. Marks the sacrifice of the Korean workers. And this one is in a public park in the city of Arao, next to Omuta in the region where the Maaike mine is, a massive monument to in memory of the souls of the Korean laborers who died there. And it was put up by, and the company actually was one of that ran the mine, is one of the sponsors of this monument. Its name is listed on the back, as well as the local Korean community. This has been subject to some vandalism and graffiti at one point a few years ago. So it's a contested spot, but it exists, it's still standing, it's on public land. There needs to be, people need to be directed to these places. Somebody needs to produce maps, tourist maps, that will tell people about these spots, as well as the official spots. So people, it's a bit, this one's a bit out of town. My guide who studies this topic got completely lost taking me there. We ended up at a golf club, at a country club, because Google Maps thought the temple was a country club, but we found it. But so there needs to be better guidance to get people here. This one is easy to find. It's a public park. This one is easy to find. So that's one thing. There are other such spots, not at World Heritage sites, but at mining sites in Kyushu. The city of Tangawa has a monument, a memorial to Korean workers who died as forced laborers in a public park. In the copper mine town of Ashio, the Furukawa mine, there is this fairly there's this fairly modest monument to Korean labor. This is a memorial tablet, and you can see people come on various anniversary events and put in flowers and offer prayers. And this is a grander monument for the Chinese workers. There's space here. And the initial idea was to have a separate monument for Korean workers of a similar scale. This seems to have foundered on rivalry between those Koreans in Japan who are loyal to the South and loyal to the North, which is a whole other complicated story. Nonetheless, there is commemoration, and also in Hokkaido, in Kushiro, this monument to the Korean workers who died. So there are local alternatives that can be highlighted and are there, and conscientious people have put these up. So there's that. There's an alternative history out there that's not hidden, but that's not fully recognized either. So more attention to that is one important thing. Finally, and the subtitle of this whole event is digital technology. Certainly, the possibility of using digital technology more fully to offer access to alternative perspectives is there. Although, as we heard in the initial welcome from Dong-Joon, this is a fraught enterprise because technologies can be used by everybody, and it's not going to be easy. One thing that I'm a little surprised hasn't happened in Japan yet is geolocated information sites, so that visitors, say, to any of the places I've shown, can pull up their phone and go to an app and hear a story told by someone else other than the official narrator of the place. Technologically, this is easy. There's an open source site in the United States called Clio. It's limited to the United States, and this is open source. Anybody can nominate something, and what's the number here? It's 30-some thousand places, and this is a screenshot I took in my home, so it's in the vicinity of Boston. If you want to be a tourist in Boston, you open up Clio, and you get stories of all the places within a small radius of yourself, and you go there. And this is an exemplary project. It's tricky for difficult history because it's open source. It's curated. There are managers of the site. So it's not quite like Wikipedia, but anybody can upload or try to upload their story. And if it passes muster, it's up there. Why is there nothing like this put up, for instance, by a group in the Republic of Korea that will tell a different version of the history of these places, such that visitors to these places can download that app and watch it? Is a puzzle maybe some of you can answer. Maybe it will be too controversial. It will be seen as too aggressive. It will get hacked. I don't know. But this type of alternative. There's also the possibility of participatory projects, and this is something I only learned about Tuesday this week, so I don't have much information. But there's a group at it's a joint venture involving Tokyo University, SOAS in London, and a couple other universities. It's called the Hashima XR project. Hashima is the Japanese name for the island, also known as Battleship Island or Gunkanjima. And this is just launched. And go to it and take a look at it and join it. They're asking people to participate and use I don't really know how it's supposed to work, but you tell your own story, you use virtual reality, you place yourself in the mind. And to my surprise, this overview history here, this is in Japanese, it says a small history of Hashima, tells the story of the Meiji period in a critical way. It talks about difficult conditions, so it differs from the UNESCO story. But then it jumps into the post-war period. And I wrote to my friend who's and I just found out about this on Tuesday. I got a short reply yesterday saying, yeah, there's a backstory to why this elides the war, but don't worry, we have every intention. That's the whole purpose, is to bring the full story out. Good luck. This is going to be tough because if it's open to anybody to make their own story, we're going to have a battleground here. But maybe that's good. Maybe that's what we need, is a battleground where people aren't actually shooting at each other, but it's all virtual. So anyway, there are possibilities in the technological world for sure, but I don't know how they're going to play out. And then the new worlds of generative AI will make it ever easier and easier to tell stories, because you can just ask the AI to tell your story. This is also perilous, of course. What's going to get told? But also in terms of translation, in writing something in one language and rendering it into another language and making it available, there are positive possibilities as well as dangers. So I'm going to end my remarks there, and simply to say, this is important work, I think, this being bringing out the fuller story and the multiple stories that must be told about heritage that evolves, heritage that's not fixed. And I'm delighted to have a chance to talk to all of you further about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Gordon, for sharing this context and also sharing the story and also translating the story to us. I see a question in the back of the room. I would also like to inventorize whether there is a question online. No? Okay, please, you will receive the mic.
Yes, I'm Oliver Moxham of University of Cambridge. Thank you for your presentation. I was curious about how you refer to these histories as not being hidden, as there are monuments and papers and historical texts which discuss the supposedly hidden aspects of these histories. But if they're just in Japanese and 99% of Japanese speakers are Japanese nationals, then surely they are hidden to a majority of stakeholders.
Yes, these stories are not globally legible without people to put them out in other languages. Sure, and that responsibility is on me, it's on people in this room. It's important to be done. And that loops back to the digital possibility. When I started this project, though, it was pre-COVID. And one of the things I was expecting to find was massive numbers of tourists, so-called inbound tourism, which means to Japan, people call it inbound, refers to tourists from outside Japan coming into Japan, had been surging. It reached a new peak of 10 million in 2015. It reached 30 million by 2019. There were predictions that in the year of the Olympics, it would reach 40 million. Over half of these are tourists from Asia, mostly South Korea, PRC, Taiwan. With massive numbers of tourists, then it's necessary to tell stories in those languages to those tourists. And so I went to Japan to start this research in January of 2020, which was either good or terrible timing, depending on how you think of it. It allowed me to view the pandemic in Japan firsthand, which was actually safer at the time than the United States or many places. So that was great. But it also meant there were no tourists. And I couldn't go to many places. And the ones I went to, I was one of the only persons there. So I wasn't able to see how things were being translated, to answer your question. And it's only been in the last half a year, really, that the return of inbound tourism to Japan has gotten going in a big way. And so this is the time to make these efforts, to put these stories that, you're right, they're not hidden if you can navigate Japan linguistically, but it shouldn't be that hard to unhide them in other languages, or at least that's my hope.
Thank you, Andrew, for your answer. I think we will have this discussion much more during the day, throughout the day. It's a very important topic, I think. I hear that we have one question online.
Louis Tam from Cardiff University writes, "Thank you so much for the keynote. The critical understanding of these complexities, especially with industrial sites, is gaining attention in Western countries, but is still very much lacking in cases in non-Western countries, especially in Anglophone literature. Which actors do you think are crucial to get engaged to highlight the alternative narratives against the authorized narratives?"
I would slightly disagree with the premise of the question. There are people writing in English with alternative narratives, both scholars and, less extent, civil society actors. There needs to be more of that. The online publication Japan Focus has probably half a dozen valuable articles critiquing the prevailing narratives, the mainstream narratives of these places. There are a couple, it's recently published books on borders of memory, divided memories, alternative memories, with a focus on Asia. There are people doing this work. It's recent, much of it, not yet well known. And some of it is not going to be widely accessible to the public because inevitably it's written for an academic audience. So I think what's critical is for people besides us professors to get engaged in doing this work for the promoters of tourism to Japan, for thinking that there might be an audience for an alternative story. There is a project at the University of California Press called A People's History of Japan that is not yet published. It's in the works. And it's aiming, although it's a university press, it's aiming to be a very accessible publication that will direct people, tourists, to visit places, all types of places, not just industrial heritage by any means. That would just be a very small portion of it. All places which are examples of sort of action and activism from ordinary people over and against the state in modern times. At least that's how I would characterize the project. I'm only peripherally involved in it. Daniel Botsman at Yale University is the main author of it. So there is such work underway, I would say, and there needs to be more.
Welcome to this next session, a special roundtable, which is on a very important subject on the World Heritage Convention and sites of recent conflict. An extremely important issue, of course, since there is much debate about the presence of sites of recent conflict on the World Heritage list. Some would argue that such sites tend to be used for political purposes, whilst the World Heritage Convention is, of course, meant to overcome political use. Others would argue that such sites may be beneficial to nation building, cohesion. And to channel that discussion, a so-called open-ended working group was installed to propose recommendations to the convention. I think today we have some of the protagonists in this discussion, and we are extremely thankful for their availability, willingness also to share with us their opinions, thoughts. We've got 3 speakers, all of them distinguished colleagues, and all of them online. Welcome to all of you. And we start with Mrs. Christina Cameron, to continue with Mrs. Vera Lacoeuilhe, and then Mrs. Souayibou Varissou. Briefly introduce you, Professor Emeritus at the University of Montreal. She held the Canadian Research Chair in Built Heritage. And she previously served also as Director General of National Historic Sites with Parks Canada for more than 35 years, and has worked also with the World Heritage Convention since 1987, heading the Canadian delegation for 2 decades, and also chairing the World Heritage Committee sessions in 1990 and 2000. I think I can go on with a very long list of achievements, but mostly I would like to pass the floor to you, Mrs. Cameron.
I first want to thank the sponsors of the program, the Vrije University in Amsterdam, and also the Seoul National University and OurWorldHeritage for sponsoring this meeting. And now I got a problem. Yes, I did want to start by saying my involvement in this particular subject has been with a project I did with a co-author for UNESCO to address the question. A report that was finished in 2019, and it was whether or how sites associated with recent conflicts and other negative and divisive memories might relate to the purpose and scope of the World Heritage Convention. And this is really the issue of the goal or the objective of UNESCO being to build the foundations of peace. And I think, Gert-Jan, you referred to the golden age, and I think this is a bit where that issue comes up. And of course, the World Heritage Committee from the beginning was confronted with sites of dark and dissonant histories, starting with Auschwitz. And at that time, the committee was worried about political divisiveness. I think this could still be true today, and the political and nationalist agenda or difficulties in contradiction with the objectives of the World Heritage Convention. So here you see the peace objective laid out. And the decision at that time was that, with rare exceptions, only a site should stand for a whole group of sites, that there should be very few sites like this on the World Heritage Committee, sites of negative and divisive memories. And that guidance actually has stood for most of the last 4 decades, because only 18 World Heritage sites that belong to the big category, and in fact only 4 World Heritage sites that actually meet the concept of recent conflicts, have been listed on the World Heritage list. So that guidance, I would say, by the mid or early 2010s, there came to be many nominations coming forward of dissonant memories, and that probably is a shift in the way the present interest in history and the theme of decolonization and a number of things. But the sites that were coming forward were particularly war sites for anniversaries, 100-year anniversaries, and also genocide sites, because there had been a number of terrible things that have happened in our world. But before that, this other direction held, and here is the list. I don't expect you to read them. This was the list of the 18. And then the 4 that actually meet the concept of recent conflicts. One was Auschwitz, of course, which was presented right away when the committee started listing. And the Hiroshima Peace Memorial was designated in 1996, of course, where the atomic bomb was exploded. Robben Island came up in 1999 after the liberation of or release of Nelson Mandela. And then more recently, following the war, hot on the heels of the war in the Balkans, the old bridge of Mostar in 2005, and you see the bridge is gone in the photo I'm showing, and that came almost right away. And I would just make a comment, and that is that also inscriptions can cause war, and I would say the Meiji example is a good example of that. But one that actually literally caused warfare was the inscription in 2008 of Previer in Cambodia. And the reason behind it was on the border with Thailand, and it was contested. The border itself was contested. And over 3 years, there were about 20 or so soldiers who were killed in various skirmishes at that site. So we're dealing with places that actually have enormous national potential to cause conflict. So what I really wanted to talk about today is the increased demand that for this kind of site being presented by states parties to the convention. And the fact, and Vera will talk about this, the 2018 really when the whole process was paused in order to clarify among the states parties how these kinds of sites were going to be dealt with. And then in January of this year, January 2023, under Vera's leadership, the member states finally, and the committee finally agreed to guiding principles, and I want to speak to that. So my presentation will be quite short. I wanted to speak about this new policy framework, which has been achieved through this agreement among states parties, and I think it's quite positive. I want to speak to the definitions. I want to speak briefly about what some of the challenges are and remain, and then some of the good practice that has been identified in this policy framework. So from the definitions point of view, there was really not much debate about using the term recent to refer to the turn of the 20th century. Conflicts is quite a large definition. Wars, battles, massacres, genocide, torture, resistance, liberation movements, sites related to those, and mass violations of human rights. So this is a very broad definition. The question of sites is also quite broad in that it is not just about places. Obviously, the World Heritage Convention is a place-based convention, but these places, there are places with material evidence for sure, but in many cases, these sites of recent conflicts can be just landscape features or the land, and it's the associative value associated with the memories of the conflicts that is important. And that, of course, brings in the evaluation of Criterion 6 for those of you who work closely with the convention. And I'm very pleased to see in the new guidelines that the argumentation has been taken on board that we've been making for a number of years about the 3 parts of evaluation of Criterion 6. It's a very complex criterion. And in terms of the potentially affected stakeholders, and this speaks to Professor Gordon's presentation, it is not just the national governments or local governments, it's also the local communities, and it's communities of interest, and those can be beyond borders, obviously, and rights holders. So that, again, the guiding principles have taken a very broad approach to these, to how they're looking at this process. So the challenges that I see are really, the first one is the trying to select one site as a symbol for a series of sites. Each one of these sites has its own specificity, its own particularity, and it makes it quite often difficult to reach the threshold of universal in the outstanding universal value threshold for listing. That's one issue. And the other issue is that all of these sites presented still have to meet the comparative analysis. And I think it is very difficult to compare in a meaningful way sites of genocide or sites of other tragedies. I don't know how you choose what is one among a group of those sites. That is, I think, a challenge that remains. Professor Gordon has referenced the shifting and contested values. These values continue to shift and change over time. And as our understanding of the past shifts and changes, and the difficulty is that if you bring forward a site to be nominated and bring forward a site to be designated as a World Heritage Site, you risk jumping in and excluding some values because they haven't yet settled. And so you give priority to certain narratives and you don't give the full story. This needs no comment. There's a potential manipulation by political parties and other interest groups, and we have seen this. Professor Gordon's presentation was clear for that. And the last challenge that I see is this question of the interruption of a reconciliation process. These sites need to undergo reconciliation among all the different stakeholders. And if in the middle of that process, which can endure over decades because it's very painful and long, if in the middle of that, a country presents one of these sites for designation, you could, in fact, you break the reconciliation process because you're giving priority to one narrative over others, but it could also lead to the conflict reoccurring. So I think in that way, there are some real challenges in dealing with these sites. And I'm pleased to see that some of the guiding principles have really dealt with some of it, and as much as they could. The first is there's a clear statement of what is a professional code of conduct for research. And of course, it means it's evidence-based. It means it has to draw on multiple sources and perspectives, not one. It has to avoid the manipulation of history. And in a nutshell, it has to carry out research. It must be accurate, inclusive, impartial, and respectful. And I think that grouping is really very important. And I'm pleased to see that in the guiding principles. The second is the requirement to carry out, if you're going to bring forward, if a country is going to bring forward a proposal for designation of a site of recent conflicts, they are required to carry out a nomination process before the nomination comes in, and there is a requirement formally to put in the nomination file what that process was, who was involved, and what the outcomes were. And that I think is really an important message to countries who are thinking about bringing forward sites before they're ready. The third practice that relates directly to today's discussion is the requirement, and as Francesco said, there isn't actually much direction about interpretation plans and so on in the convention, nothing. Now a state party is required to develop an inclusive interpretation strategy. By that it means telling all the threads of the narrative, not picking and choosing, and relevant. In other words, to bring those in an interpretation strategy, to bring those threads into contemporary application, which is something the International Coalition of Sites of Conscience does very well. That is to make a site of conflict what are the fundamentals of the conflict and make them relevant to similar conflicts in today's world. And also so this process also has to be part of the nomination document. And one of the elements which has been, I think, a frustration with the Meiji site is that it explicitly says in the guiding principles that the interpretation must happen at the site. It can happen elsewhere, of course, but it must happen at the site where the conflict occurred. And the final good practice that I wanted to speak to is the educational programs for which UNESCO is well known, and to promote peace. And here the purpose would be to use broader programming beyond the site interpretation, to use in educational programming the multiple variants or multiple stories that belong to these sites, so that there is a better understanding of what they are and how to move forward from them. And so, of course, it has to include all the stories. And the purpose behind all of this, as I close, I just want to say, before I close, I just want to say, I think that the document that was successfully negotiated by Vera has a lot of very important messages in it, and it reflects very much the research project that my colleague and I did. And I'm very pleased to see this now codified for UNESCO, because I think it has not been so in the past. And all of this is in the search for peace and understanding, and ultimately that these kinds of issues will never again happen. That is the goal. So with that, those are my opening comments, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very clear statement, actually. Before allowing you to ask questions, actually, I would like to hear first the other two speakers, and then within the debate, indeed, allow for questions. That means that we would go on now with the second speaker, Mrs. Vera Lacoeuilhe. Mrs. Vera Lacoeuilhe, the diplomat and also a lecturer. She's the Deputy Permanent Delegate of St. Lucia to UNESCO and the representative to the Executive Board. She teaches international organizations at the Sorbonne, amongst others. She chaired several intergovernmental committees, such as the session of the World Heritage Committee, and she also chaired the negotiations of several UNESCO standard setting instruments, such as the recommendations on the historic urban landscapes. And also, very important in relation to this workshop, the working group on sites of memory associated with recent conflicts. Very much related again to this topic. The floor is yours, Mrs. Lacoeuilhe.
Thank you so much for this invitation. And I'm very honored to speak to you today about this long and difficult process, the negotiation of the working group, the open-ended working group. As was just said, I am absolutely not a cultural expert. I am a diplomat. I have, of course, been involved with cultural conventions a lot. I've been in UNESCO for some time, so I was involved with all the cultural UNESCO conventions and negotiated many of them and chaired many of their intergovernmental committees. And I teach the World Heritage Convention at Sciences Po, but the working group was probably the most difficult thing I have chaired. I understood that this issue of sites of memory associated with recent conflict was going to become a big problematic issue in the World Heritage Committee when I listened to the debate during the 42nd session of the World Heritage Committee, the debate on the nomination by France and Belgium to the funerary and memorial sites of World War I. And I saw that this nomination was blocked and not debated by the committee. And this is where the blanket ban on sites of memory was decided in order to allow meetings of experts and reports to see how to handle the situation, because it was clear that from knowing what was in the pipeline and following this specific fight, it was clear that there was a trend to bring many of these sites to the World Heritage Committee, and basically the advisory bodies felt that they were absolutely not ready to handle these sites and evaluate them. So this led us to the 44th session of the World Heritage Committee, where there was extremely heated debate on the issue, and where several member states made it very clear that this concept of exceptionality that was decided in the past to have Auschwitz as a site of memory that would represent all other sites of memory was not going to be accepted by member states, because they felt that it was not representative of their stories, their identities, and there were many other stories to be told that could not be represented by just one or two sites that were already on the World Heritage List. And that is where this committee decided to create this open-ended working group that would consider whether and how sites of memory associated with recent conflict would link to the World Heritage Convention. I was then at the first session of this group that met 9 times. I was elected chairperson of this group, and this is where my problems began. This working group, there was huge attendance in presencia and online, and actually I was told this was the working group with the biggest attendance in the history of the World Heritage Convention. So you can see that the interest is huge. But I very, very quickly understood that it was going to be a kind of a mission impossible situation, because I saw immediately from the dynamic of the debates that those who submitted nominations that were waiting to be evaluated, and those who had nominations of sites of value, sites of memory in the pipeline, plus those who have similar sites of memory on the tentative list, were all waiting to see what kind of a decision and what kind of a wording or proposal could affect their sites and could cause trouble to the inscription of their sites. So we felt that we were going to be blocked on everything, because they were very attentive on making sure that we do not adopt anything that would hamper the inscriptions of their sites that were either already ready for evaluation or waiting to be presented to the committee. Therefore, I understood that this was not going to work unless we take 2 decisions very quickly. And the first one was to lift the blanket ban from evaluating sites of memory, to reassure everybody that these sites are going to come forward and be evaluated by the World Heritage Committee. And the second decision that I managed also to obtain from the open-ended working group was to exclude all these sites, and there were 6 of them that were already submitted for evaluation, but what were blocked by this blanket ban, to exclude them from the framework of the decision we were adopting, which meant that they would be evaluated as presented under the text, the existing text, and that whatever we adopt would not apply to them. And without this decision, it was really absolutely impossible to move forward. And as soon as the working group, and they did it fairly quickly, agreed to these two decisions, the real work began. And there, I will not repeat everything that Christina said, because she said many things I wanted to say, but I have to say that her report was really very instrumental. It was really very much used by me in the draft I presented to the open-ended working group to work on, and by the members of the working group to reach the decision that we have reached. The debate was divided into two parts. One part was very technical, and the other part dealt with the political aspect of this issue. The technical part, we discussed a lot criterion 6, as was mentioned by Christina, and this three-phase evaluation approach that is extremely important. And clearly, criterion 6 is the criterion that opened the door to the inclusion of sites of memory to this convention. I mean, there is no doubt about that. The other big debate was on the outstanding universal value. How is it going to apply to these sites? Authenticity and integrity, how do they apply to these sites? The big question was, however, how to address OUV as a fixed value system and apply it to an ongoing reconciliation process, and how to ensure proper consideration of the interrelationship between material and immaterial values, since conservation is at the core of this convention. So this was a kind of a complicated debate, but thankfully there were many experts following the debate. It wasn't just the diplomats and the political aspect of this issue. It was made clear that what needed to be demonstrated was the outstanding universal value of the association between the memory and the tangible sites. Another issue that triggered a lot of debate was the impact of inscribing a site of memory on the process of reconciliation. Christina also mentioned that, and it was acknowledged that there was a risk to hamper such a process, since there can be more than one historic narrative and interpretation to the same event and to the same conflict. And when you inscribe nomination, a site of memory, and you inscribe it on the base of an outstanding universal value decision, you kind of freeze the one interpretation. You inscribe one interpretation and you can freeze it and prevent other narratives. And UNESCO was very uncomfortable on having to associate with itself with only one narrative when there could be more than one and more than one interpretation to a site and a conflict. UNESCO is a peace-building organization. And all through the discussion, I had to make this very clear that our objective is building peace, not bringing conflict into the organization. Sites of memory associated to a recent conflict can cause divisions and tensions and conflicts. And the working group had to therefore find a mechanism to allow dialogue. And this was what we call now the contestation mechanism. where a state party can contest a nomination that is presented by another state party, or even can contest site that is added to or even existing already on a tentative list. And the reason for this mechanism is to ask the state parties to have a dialogue on how to move forward and try to find a consensus on how to move forward with this inscription. And this dialogue is to be facilitated by the World Heritage Center. And then if no consensus is reached, then it will be up to the committee to decide whether it wants to ask the states parties that are concerned by this nomination to continue the dialogue, or decide, as the convention requires it, to look at the evaluation and to take a decision on substance on this site. The working group submitted to an extraordinary session of the committee guiding principles and the contestation mechanism. Everything was adopted by consensus. The 6 sites of memory that were waiting for this adoption in order to be sent for evaluation were therefore sent to ICOMOS for evaluation. They will be presented to the Riyadh meeting, the World Heritage Committee taking place in September in Saudi Arabia. And I certainly wouldn't want to be in the shoes of the chair who is going to chair over all these nominations. I wish her luck. I would like to make a few comments in conclusion. The guiding principles and the contestation mechanism were adopted, but to me, I have to say their status today is not very clear. I have put the word shall in all the paragraphs of the guiding principles, but still there is a fact, undeniable fact, that the open-ended working group refused to recommend to the committee to translate these guiding principles into operational guidelines. So for me, it is not clear today whether they are compulsory or whether they are just on a voluntary basis. And this is, of course, something that the committee needs to clarify, because this will change everything. If they are just on a voluntary basis, from my perspective, it's as if we haven't done anything. Now, the other thing, what was decided in this decision at the request of this open-ended working group is that these, and actually this was our mandate, we could not go beyond this in this open-ended working group, is that these guiding principles and contestation mechanism, they only apply to nominations that include criterion 6. So my question is, what happens if in the future we notice that states parties start to avoiding the use of criterion 6, so that these guiding principles and this contestation mechanism doesn't apply to them? How would this impact the convention and the World Heritage List? And on the other hand, we have to think whether it is realistic and feasible to apply these guiding principles and this contestation mechanism to all sites on the World Heritage List, whether to all nominations, forgive me, whether this wouldn't complicate the process of inscription even further. So these are big issues, these are difficult issues that the committee will have to deal with in the coming years. I'm confident that the implementation of the guiding principles and contestation mechanism will help, because while you're implementing, you will identify the gaps, you will identify the problems, you will see the consequences of implementation of these texts, and then you will have to adapt and take maybe further decisions. So I think we should give it time, we should give implementation time to see how this is going to unravel. And my final comment and this is a very personal comment, it's not the comment of a diplomat. I have to say that I believe very strongly that you might interpret the way you want, you might establish as many rules, guidelines, mechanisms as you want. In the end, these sites of memory are going to cause tensions, and they are going to cause problems. And the only way that we can avoid it, I mean, some of these issues are simply explosive. What is going to matter really more than the guiding principles and everything we adopt is the responsibility of the state parties who are nominating these sites of memory. They can bring sites to enrich the World Heritage List and give it an added value, or can bring sites that will be the graveyard of this convention. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Lacoeuilhe. I think we now completely understand why this working group has been denominated the open-ended working group. Thank you very much. And well, me personally, I've got a whole series of questions already, but let's move on with the third speaker. Welcome, Mr. Souayibou Varissou, who's a heritage practitioner from the Republic of Benin. As a field archaeologist, I'm a field archaeologist myself. He undertook field research on the transatlantic slave trade in his country. And he was also a lecturer, amongst others, in archaeology and heritage sciences at the National University of Benin. Mr. Varissou is also known as a heritage professional engaged in a series of capacity building programs at World Heritage Sites. And as a manager, he coordinated a EU-funded cultural development program in Benin before joining in 2009 the African World Heritage Fund in South Africa. Since 2018, he is the executive director of this fund. May I pass the floor to you? I don't want to spend more time. I think you have very important things to say.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's really my privilege to be part of this high-level panel, and with Professor Cameron, but also Ambassador Vera. I think I'm quite privileged to be part of this panel. I must say that now I'm moving back home because I'm leaving the African World Heritage Fund, and I'll be heading here in Benin, where I am currently on leave, the National Agency for the Promotion of Tourist-Related Heritage. So it's really taking me in the heart of this discussion, and this is something that I would like to add to the introduction. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me say that maybe I will try and put forward a little bit dissonant view of what had been said so far from where I'm sitting, and this is also quite interesting. I must say that the interpretation and positioning of sites of recent conflicts is a matter of interest, sometimes of passionate interest, based on where we are sitting. We have to run away from passion when we are talking of science and heritage, but it's also my belief that nothing can be done without a certain commitment and belief. Because the issue in hand is not simple at all, even though it has been resolved in terms of procedure and rules, you know, within the World Heritage processes through the open-ended working group, where we have a number of conclusions and recommendations going forward. But when you look at it from what I can call related parties, which in this case are the state parties, is not simple at all. Because on one hand, and you will hear it through the whole documentation, dissertation studies that were carried you still have a group of people of state parties, of academics also, who think that by inscribing, or by even nominating or paying interest to recent memory related sites on the World Heritage List is will increase the risk for potential conflict and tension. That's true. But you also have other people who think exactly the contrary, and that's, in my view, where the whole complication is coming from. Because let's maybe take a few examples, and then you see. I'm just trying to bring some discussion without reading what I sent. Let us look, for instance, a site which is already on the World Heritage List, which is Robben Island in South Africa. That site, Professor Cameron said it, that's true. It was inscribed in 1999, among others, because it was highlighting, the victory, if I can say, of justice and a chain of values anyway, which are linked to independence also, over atrocity and some experience that happened in that country. But that site was inscribed, like others, like Hiroshima, who was coming from a war situation, like also Auschwitz, Birkenau in Poland. So you have a number of sites that are already on the World Heritage List. And in my view, just one side of this dissonant view that I will bring in this meeting is not because the origin of a site, a property which is on the World Heritage List, is coming from war, from social or even civil war or social tension. That's what we are promoting in World Heritage. We cannot be linked to peace building, to nation building. I think that's the heart of the discussion in this matter of memory. Let me take another example that I know more or less well, which is the genocide memory site in Rwanda. Talking of sites, that country went through mass killing, if I can say, in early 1990s. And you have a lot of group exterminations. In 1 week, we have more than 1 million people who were killed. That's a tragedy. It's a national, I can say, a world tragedy. So you have a number of side places that are testifying, that happening. And this is something, so the debate is, if a nomination process is put in motion, will not and because of the fact that the actors are still around, and if I can say in power, that will not allow a kind of a song of the people of the winner. So one side of the story. But for me, that's also a big issue to discuss and put forward in this audience. When have we ever seen World Heritage not be built on multi-layer, interpretation of a reality that is, tangible, but is addressed in, different ways, depending on the orientation we want to give to the interpretation. With memory site, we are overemphasizing the angle of interpretation, but I still believe that World Heritage by nature, I can even say heritage by nature, the process to what we call in French patrimonialization, to put in heritage a matter is necessarily a matter of selection that respect a number of criteria and principles that are put in place. And in this case, we are exactly in the same model where, the overemphasis that can be given to this interpretation over the other one, is, for me, is part of the game. One just have to be careful on how this game is being driven. And it's now taking me to the third thing that I would like to say, and it's my belief that the current processes, mechanism, instrument, tools that we have within World Heritage are robust enough. The evaluation process built on, and the OUV determination built on a number of criteria and other conditions of integrity, authenticity, and also the robust evaluation system that our advisory bodies, meaning e-commerce, basically, in a certain extent also e-com have, and they have in place, have shown that this kind of subject can be addressed, and be disseminated for them to make the right, recommendation to the World Heritage Committee. One last example that I would like to give, Chair, because I'm just trying to bring a dissonant voice in this audience, is myself, my name is Varissou. Varissou is coming from Evaristo, and I'm from a country which is we southern part used to be named a slave coast during the period 16th to 19th century. So my ancestors are also slaves. I'm just trying to bring a little bit and make it a little bit wider, the whole concept, not only the recent, but also what kind of the power of interpretation when we are talking of memory sites. One may believe or think that because slavery in my region, in our West Africa, is more than 100 years, even 200 years now, that is something which is forgotten, but that's not true at all. We have in my country, and you have a number of slave-related sites on the World Heritage list, being in Ghana with with Elmina and Cape Coast Castle, being here in Benin with Palais Royal d'Abomey, the Royal Palace of Ombé, that we don't usually name as slavery-related site, but which has played a quite important role in that trade at that period. And until now, I can tell you that the slavery memory is still there. And the fact that we have perpetrators and victims is something which is still talking. So the whole side taking when talking of memory side, I think is even quite inherent to memory related places. And once again, I believe that the evaluation system that we have within World Heritage currently is robust enough at the condition, and Ambassador said it, Ambassador Vera, at the condition that the state parties play also the game and are quite try to be as objective as possible. I agree with that. So these are a few remarks that I would like to make to this discussion. But as I say, just as dissonant view to say that heritage related, let's say memory related places, sites, being recent or not recent, are part of our memories. And as long as in terms of engagement, a kind of ethical, approach is developed, then we can learn from the mistakes that human beings are making, so that as it has been said before, never happen again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very outspoken opinion. 3 opinions, 3 visions, perceptions, reports. Yes, we have run out of time already, but we cannot just finish like this. So I'm going to ask the floor for questions, actually.
I have a question for Vera. I'm conscious of some of the statements that you made, where that you said state parties could contest if they have to, in the form of dialogue when it comes to memory sites or sites of, war. I'm actually worried about that. So I'm going to take, for instance, the site, the Benin, not Benin Republic now, but Benin in Nigeria, the Benin Kingdom, where there was this this horrific decimation of the kingdom when related, when we're talking about the artifacts and all of that, and what happened to the people of that kingdom from British troops. And if that site comes up, are we going to be having that type of dialogue with the British and Nigeria, based on this idea of state parties having dialogues? That would be my question.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you for this question. This again shows the difficulty with dealing with these sites. And I have to say that I fully agree with Benin, because my dear colleague here, because of course, and I said it, that these sites could be a big added value to this World Heritage List. It depends how we deal them, how we bring them. Do we nominate the narrative of the nomination, the dossier itself? Is it for never again? Is it for reconciliation? Is it to bring peace, or is it for revenge? So the way you draft your nomination file says it all. And this is what can be contested. So yes, if there is a nomination that is presented not in the spirit of UNESCO of peace building and reconciliation, there is going to be contestation by concerned states parties. And a dialogue will have to take place on not on whether this nomination should be submitted or not. Nobody can stop a nomination. It's against the convention. But on how the approach of why you're inscribing it and the narrative that you're going to leave if all these nominations are public. What kind of narrative are you going to leave for our future generations in these nominations? Our mission is to build peace, not to bring nominations for revenge. And in any case, you have to be reassured, because no, this contestation mechanism is not a veto power. There is no veto power. According to the convention, no one can block the inscription of a nomination. Then it becomes the responsibility of the World Heritage Committee, who has the final say. They will say, yes, we can inscribe. They can say, no, go see your nomination again, make recommendations, refer it, defer it, or they can decide to inscribe it. So it is not a veto power, but dialogue is important, because we have to make sure that this convention is always aiming at positive things, not negative things. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw another hand. Another question, yes? Marot?
Thank you. Jean-Louis Luxon, former Secretary General of ICOMOS. I fully agree with Mr. Varissou said. There are many sites that are the testimony of human rights abuse, not only related to war, but also to different kind of injustice. My question is, did the open-ended committee consider the possibility to imagine another political instrument that would be much more flexible to accept and to deal with all those sites? Because in any case, we know that within the World Heritage Convention, there will be only a very limited number of selected, because they need the OUV recognition. But there are many sites that deserve an interpretation and in presentation according to the principles that have been developed that do not fit to the convention. So I am afraid that trying to involve a limited number, we could just forget many other sites and other possibilities to remember to the national building démarche approach that you were presenting. I am sorry, I didn't see the committee, the open-ended war committee, consider alternatives. They were just looking to the conventions with the limits of the conventions and all the difficulties that have been mentioned in the presentation. Thank you.
Would you like a comment from, I suppose, Mrs. Lacoeuilhe?
Okay, I can answer that. It's very easy for me to answer. I know these other alternatives were discussed in many fora, in groups of experts. They were even mentioned in some of the reports that we had at our disposal. And these alternatives should still remain on the table for consideration in the future, but I have to be very clear about the mandate of the working group. We were given a very strict and limited in scope mandate. Our mandate was to just consider the link of sites of memory associated with recent conflict, on how and we can deal with it within the framework of the World Heritage Convention, and we could not go beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I see Francesco with a question? Yes.
Just because I'm sitting next to Elizabeth Silkus, which is next to me. And question was civil society ever mentioned in these discussions? I mean, there are organizations in civil society that deal with these issues and can provide some solution, or at least be part of the discussion. And you know, I listened to with great attention and interest to what you were saying. But you know, this seems like completely like in a bubble. Now, this is out of the world. It's only the convention itself as a state party mechanism, and as if the rest of the world did not exist. So I was wondering whether this appeared, you know, the possibility that the world existed appeared in this debate.
Vera.
Hello, Francesco. Nice to see you and hear you in this seminar. Yes, it was discussed. It was discussed a lot because everyone wanted everyone to be, all stakeholders, including civil society, to be included in the preparation of the nomination files and in the narrative, in the interpretation and in the reconciliation process. It is impossible to go forward on these nominations without civil society. So this part was greatly discussed during the working group.
Thank you very much, all three of you, for your very insightful contributions. And I'm sure that the issues that you brought up will return during this day and will be discussed more fully. Thank you very much, and please stay with us.
Without any further delay, let's move on. So Professor Turner.
I would like also to thank all the hosts and organizers for this unique seminar in better understanding the interpretations a full generation after World War II. In considering Jewish heritage, I grappled with the title and decided on reconstitution as most appropriate, with the buildings and ceremonies that are intertwined as the tangible and intangible heritage. This represents the rich Jewish life between the wars of the 20th century that was cut with the Kristallnacht of 1938. The ultimate image, as encapsulated in the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp, signaled the dramatic change of Jewish Europe, with a population of 9.5 million decimated to 3.8 in a period of 5 years that has further been reduced to a current 1.3 million, and which questions the meanings and representation of European Jewry. To set the scene, we may recall Francis Bacon in his definitions of memorials, perfect histories, and antiquities, where antiquities are the shipwrecks of time. He also identifies history in time, person, and action. These can be carefully understood as being the sites of conscience, the sites of memory, and the scars of history, as Christina so well explained. However, as understanding of the future is dependent on beliefs which may range from the resurrection to Hindu reincarnation and metamorphosis to Shinto regeneration, for our discussion, we'll focus on the Judeo-Christian contexts which are intertwined in Europe. While most of us agree on the universal values, there's a dramatic divergence in our interpretations between existentialism of Jean-Paul Sartre and the essentialism of Karl Popper. We can see this in the conflict that we can agree on Islam, but we can't agree between the Sunni and Shiites. We might agree on Christianity and conflict between the Orthodox and the Protestant, and Judaism between the Haredi and Reform. So within the Jewish thought, there is much more than the monolithic approach. It is in recent history, since the 17th century, we have evidenced the existentialistic Hasidic movement of Ukraine and the Misnagdim, or those protesters, the Protestants, representing the more intellectual interpretations of the Talmud centered in Lithuania. The subsequent emancipation of the 19th century generated the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment movement, and the Neolog approach of Central Europe. So we should look, therefore, at the sources. What is really critical, therefore, is that these interpretations are essential in understanding the difference between the written and oral law, the tangible and intangible. The Bible was the written text, whilst the oral tradition of some 1,000 years was committed to written documents as the Mishnah and Midrash less than 2,000 years ago. The oral traditions essentially are the dynamics of change interpretation, which Francesco spoke in the opening. Perhaps one Mishnah may highlight the more existentialistic approach when it reads, residents of a town who sold the town square may purchase a synagogue with the proceeds. A synagogue they may purchase an ark they may purchase wrapping cloths. Wrapping cloths they may purchase scrolls, that's books, and they may purchase then a Torah. And it says that one elevates sanctity and does one not downgrade. So the town square is the epitome of immovable heritage. The Torah is completely movable. You can put it in your mind and walk away with it. So it is this essential understanding between the intangible and tangible heritage. With this in mind, let's revisit Auschwitz as it fades into the perspectives of history. And what Vera said, was it more than an event? Was its universality beyond the Polish and Jewish history? What is its current message? Anti-Semitism, tolerance, human rights. And perhaps we may recall that which is attributed to Edmund Burke, that all that is necessary for evil to triumph is that good men do nothing. With this, the site is not a museum between the barbed wire, but an animated death machine in a living community. The debate on both Auschwitz concentration camp in 1979 and Hiroshima in 1996, again mentioned by Christina, indicate the reservations and concerns of interested parties beyond their listing. With the vestiges of the living evidence of what transpired in Auschwitz-Birkenau, we are turning the page to a new chapter. Perhaps this may be embodied in a serial nomination linking the events of the Nuremberg rally, which triggered the Kristallnacht, to the Wannsee Conference and its final solution, returning to Nuremberg for the war crimes trial, and reconstituted International Court of Justice based on Lauterpach's definition of crimes against humanity, as opposed to Lemkin's advocating the term genocide. And this exactly the discussion which, as Vera says, recognizing not just all sides, but the context by which the issues took place. Hannah Arendt, after the war, spent 6 months documenting Jewish heritage in Europe for the World Jewish Congress. This perhaps sparked her comment that the cultural treasures of the past, believed to be dead, are being made to speak in the course, which turns out they propose things altogether different than what had been thought. Indeed, adaptive reuse protects the material value while emptying the original soul of the building with a reincarnation. In the ever-changing communities and cities, many of the traditional activities no longer exist, and all the more so for Jewish Europe. With dwindling numbers of Jews, even the physical fabric remained is unlikely that the historic uses are relevant. The intangible heritage becomes a critical component, and perhaps the existentialists among us may have less of a problem with this. The recent declared Schum cities of Speyer, Worms, and Mainz provide the range of options based on cultural mapping, work which I did, you can see on the screen. The archaeological ruin of Speyer, the synagogue restoration of Worms, and the renewal of Mainz are a catalogue of options for heritage interpretation. This is a far cry from understanding the soul of Jewish life in the attributes of the city as determined by the courtyards, the cemeteries, the prayer houses, and ghettos. We need to consider between continuity and disruption marking tragic events, both human and natural, which were critical in changing the paths of history. The break of continuity in Jewish life and its memorialization may be considered under a number of World Heritage criteria. The dissonance between continuity and disruption can be seen dramatically in the restoration of the old town of Warsaw, where there is no connection to what happened in those tragic events of the bombing of Warsaw, and the memorialization of the Kaiser Wilhelm Church in Berlin. The Venice Charter says that all parts of the history must be indeed recognized. To memorialize tragic events, to comprehend their scale, can best be understood as the tension between community, the collective, and the individual. These can be seen in the shoes of those shot and thrown into the Danube in Budapest, and the individual plaques on the streets and the collective memorial by Peter Eisenman in Berlin. The current void in the residential huts in Birkenau cannot do justice to the inhumanity which is embodied in this space. Would holograms or augmented realities be relevant? At this point, it is worthwhile to take a step back and look at the memorialization of the military cemeteries in El Alamein, and I'm pleased that Sue is going to speak after me. The Commonwealth War Graves Commission is trying to get their heads around. And when I spoke to them about this being organizing this management plan, they did not throw out the idea that this might be a nomination which would link both the German and Italian memorials a stone's throw from the Commonwealth War Graves site. So I say that the dilemma is not whether to reconstruct or any variant, but whether to remember or forget, celebrate or mourn in retribution or forgiveness. And I can't underscore enough what Vera had said about the roles of the convention. Nothing is more poignant than the decision to put the nails from the bombed cathedral in Coventry as a cross on the altar with the words, "Father, forgive," within the ruins as part of Basil Spencer's contemporary buildings celebrating the arts of the period. This is in dramatic conflict to, in fact, what I just saw on the proposal by Christina on the Mostar, which said, "Don't forget." Walter Benjamin, in his unpublished PhD on the origin of the German tragic drama, relates to the ruin, that allegories are in the realm of thoughts, what ruins are the realm of things. In the ruin, history has physically merged into the setting. In this guise, history does not assume the form of the process of an eternal life so much as irresistible decay. But I would like to end on a message of hope, which is embodied in Samuel Johnson's essay in The Idler of 1759. It would add much to human happiness if an art could be taught of forgetting all of which the remembrance is at once useless and afflictive, if that pain which never can end in pleasure could be driven away, that the mind might perform its functions without encumbrance and the past may no longer encroach upon the present. Thank you.
Thank you for your fascinating presentation. Let's move on to the second presenter.
Thank you, DJ. And I'm challenged by a few things, too much technology today, as well as being too short to see over this. So I'm going to be moving around a little bit. Before I begin, I'll just see if I can move it. No, that doesn't work. Thanks. The other remote. So too much technology. Thank you very much. Great. Before I begin, I'd like to say that I'm speaking on behalf of the traditional owners of part of what we call Melbourne or Naarm, the Wurundjeri Wurrung people of the Kulin Nation, one of 5 Kulin clans in Melbourne where I live. And I have permission to tell stories and to show images from aunties Diane Kurd, Gail Smith and Julianne Axford. That in Australia we call elders aunties because of their wisdom. All Australia is contested history, and this includes World Heritage sites because it's a colonised country. And my short introduction is I'm an historian, but a postmodern one, sadly. And I'm also a practitioner of interpretation through my business. And I take the view that, which is probably not popular today, that one needs to take a stance in how we represent the past. That while research needs to be impartial and rigorous and scholarly, the way we present or interpret the past is a subjective decision. Because I'm postmodern, I can say that. So this is what this talks about, I guess, activism and taking a stance. The frontier wars is a term used to describe the violent conflict between the colonisers of Australia, the British, and the First Nations inhabitants who lived in Australia for currently, we believe, around 60,000 years. This was an unjust and unfair war based on the false principle of terra nullius, the founding myth the colonisers used to say that Australia was a land that had no people in it. The British brought with them rifles and guns. The Aboriginal people had only spears and traditional weapons such as boomerangs. It was a country, and much part of it outside the law, even though it was under British rule in the early days, and atrocities were common. Why am I looking at this topic today? Because these wars have never ended for our First Nations friends. They live only in memories, and on many site visits I've gone on, a First Nations person will talk about their lived memory of having their auntie. They ended in 1928, so great-grandmother and grandmother killed by colonisers. And it's the memory for First Nations people, it's an oral culture, so the memory of their ancestors is present for them today, as are the wars. Right now, Australia is a country riven by conflict over Aboriginal sovereignty, the right for Aboriginal people to have a representative voice to Parliament, and the right to have a treaty like all other colonised nations. In important respects, the effect of the frontier wars continue today in the forms of racism, social and economic disadvantage, but there's been little official recognition. So in this presentation, I'm arguing that interpretation is a political act and an act of healing that can move the situation forward if the truth is told. You'll see on the screen massacre maps, as they're called, of Australia between 1788 and 1928. And new massacre sites are still being discovered due to two things: improved forensic and archaeological evidence, and secondly, people accepting the validity of Aboriginal oral testimony, which was previously ignored. So in 22, it was thought that around 412 massacres took place in the 150 years from 1788 to 1928. Around 50 of these in my home state of Victoria, which you see is the sort of triangular state there. Around 50 of these were in Victoria, and between 11,000 and 14,000 First Nations people died, compared with between around 399 and 420 British colonisers. In some places, this has been called a genocide, including by the Australian Museum. The intent was to eradicate First Nations people. This is dispossession. After the frontier violence period, which of course continued over 150 years, First Nations people were removed from their traditional lands, which was called country and is called country, placed onto missions and reserves, as in other countries around the world, had their language, told they couldn't speak their language or practice any traditional culture, and had their children taken from them. And this is called the stolen generations in Australia. And that's in living memory. These are the Gunai-Kurnai people of East Victoria. Why does interpretation matter? As we see with this conference today, one of the most important roles interpretation has is to tell the histories of marginalised and silenced groups and to give a name to this injustice. Naming something is important. Without a name, something doesn't exist. So far, the labelling of the frontier violence crimes and other crimes to First Nations people has been by progressives in Australia. And they're used by, say, prominent historians, some government agencies and some left-wing politicians, but there's a real resistance to naming this a war, as we'll soon see. Trying to turn my page here on, there we are. This is what I call Anzac Day versus the commemoration of First Nations people. First Nations people at the Australian War Memorial are commemorated in terms of their service in the First and Second World War and so on, but there's no mention of the frontier violence. Instead, Anzac Day is prolifically commemorated. That's Australia's loss at Gallipoli of troops in 1915. Sorry, just move on. It's a silent history at the War Memorial, and only this year have serious attempts been made to acknowledge that there were frontier wars and to look at commemorating them. Here's a commemoration of Anzac Day. There was actually a rave at Gallipoli about Anzac Day, so it's turned into a weird mix of genuine commemoration and a sort of celebration of war. There's no other word for it, that a lot of people now think object to in Australia. But the acknowledgement of the frontier wars is crucial, as I said, because the effects are ongoing. And they're part of the truth-telling Australia needs to do to become a mature nation, which it's not at the moment. This not only means looking injustice in the eye and naming it, but also acknowledging the past atrocities and errors, but taking action. And in Australia, this means job creation for First Nations people, interpretation that looks at building capacity, creating income streams in industries such as multimedia, digital media, and ensuring First Nations people are part of every conversation and every job. In practice, this means in some of the jobs I have at the business, property developers not wanting to include First Nations history. And then we have to take a stance to say, well, we won't work on your project unless you do that. So it can come at a cost, but it is really important to be very consistent about your values and the approach that you will take. This is what I call interpretation as activism, and we see here Auntie Gal Smith and her daughter Carrie Smith at Parliament House, and that's their ancestor William Barak. So they're actually in the building where these decisions were made early on at Federation to have a White Australia policy, and their presence in this building is crucial to repairing this injustice symbolically, and the fact they met key people from Parliament on that day. There's been significant activism by Aboriginal people in Australia over the years. Currently, there's the vote to have Aboriginal representation called the Yes Campaign to Parliament, which will be voted on in December. Very, very contentious. And it is about the history with, so let's say right-wing people saying that Aboriginal people should be grateful they're living in Australia and they've got nothing to complain about. Victoria, where I live, also has a Truth and Justice Committee called Ryoko, which is dedicated to telling these stories about the past. And now, in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to look at two ways of dealing with this issue of the frontier wars and moving things forward. The first is the Coniston Massacre. This massacre occurred in Northern Australia on the 18th of October, 1928. So that's within living memory of some people still, or not within living memory, but some people in Australia were alive when it occurred. It was one of the last massacres of First Nations people, and it occurred when a dingo hunter called Frederick Brooks was speared. In retaliation, Constable William George Murray killed 31 First Nations people, but perhaps over 200. That was recorded, the 31 people were recorded, but in Aboriginal stories, 200 people died or were killed. These are known as the killing times to First Nations people. My friend Lisa Dale Hallett actually found her ancestor was the person, George Murray, who committed the massacre. So this is the journey of healing she and her twin brother Chaz went on. They went to Coniston for the special commemoration in 2018. And that was the 90th commemoration of the massacre. And Lisa said it was the most memorable event of her life because she met with descendants of the survivors of the massacre and who found it, I think, also from what she said, a healing experience. But this is where I have my other glasses on. But Lisa said, I think people run away from trauma, and this is a deeply traumatic part of Australia's history. People feel a lot of shame about it, and they really don't want to unpack it. They feel that somehow the atrocity is a reflection on them. It's not about shame, it's about saying sorry. The anniversary was the single most important moment of my life other than having my 2 children. If I died now, at least I could say I've tried to do something meaningful that's had a positive impact. So that's one way. That's a symbolic and meaningful ritual that's actually moved Coniston on. And the second way, this is me with the 2 aunties from Wurundjeri, 2 of the 3, Auntie Di and Auntie Gail. And a project we did at Wartime Senior Campus as a team together, co-created it. Just very briefly, I'm keeping to time. The first step in commemorating First Nations history is, you see here, using some of the visual motifs from the culture, and that is a very important tree to them, the managums, so they're leaves from the tree, which a First Nations artist called Ash Fibrace designed. And you see there a mural of the 2 creative spirits, Bunjil and Wah, the crow. Wah, the crow that's the warner of danger, and Bunjil, the creative spirit that created the Wurundjeri people. And that's prominent in the school, and what the importance is, it gives that whole interpretation of the school First Nations emphasis, and it's been awarded the best school in Victoria. There's some panels of the people from the Wurundjeri, so it's acknowledging the presence of the Wurundjeri in this school near where a lot of them live. So it gives the kids role models and people they can look up to. But this is what I wanted to draw your attention to. It's a large photo mural that deals with this contested history, and the topics were chosen by the Wurundjeri, and there that you see Uncle William Barak and then Auntie Annie Borat, who were the 2 founders of the Wurundjeri. Only 96 Wurundjeri were left after the first effects of colonisation, so they're mother and father to the whole tribe. But they chose to include certain scenes, and on the left you see the missions, that's Corranderk Mission, the stolen generations and so on. So this is quite a controversial mural that has a detailed interpretation behind it, but it's in a very prominent place. So that's their truth telling, but in a visual format. And before I end, I'm going to say audiences are important, that it's fine to do digital media and tell stories in books and so on, but the most public format matters. And the audiences for my work and our work here are not people like us that we can have conversations to, but people who might read the broadsheets, such as the Herald Sun, you know, a tabloid newspaper. That's who the work's aimed at, very general audiences. And these are the words of the 2 aunties. For people, Auntie Julianne says, for people to understand what First Nations people have been through and are still going through, and to understand our culture is important. First Nations children want the history to be up there, and for people to know it and learn whose land they're on. This is Wurundjeri land. People will be proud to be First Nations people. And Auntie Gail says, it will give people a better understanding of our history, and especially with Uncle Barak. Wurundjeri elders will see that he was the activist for our people, for all First Nations people. So you can see there why they wanted to be involved in this process. And it was a process of co-creation as a team, deciding topics, deciding what to represent. The aunties decided what media they'd tell the story in, so they were, hopefully, we believe, very empowered in that process. But the final thing I'll leave you with is something a lot less confronting in a way. It's a mural we worked with the aunties on, and that's Wurundjeri country. And the phrase in Australia is always was, it always will be Aboriginal country, 60,000 years of settlement. And this is a very beautiful portrayal of country. And you can see there, the creative spirits are at the top. It goes right down from sky country to water country to below country, where the emu sits with his eggs, because the male emu has the eggs. But Auntie Gail has translated this into Warrung language. And the importance of that is when this was put up at North Melbourne Primary School, the little children started speaking Warrung and pointing at the emu and calling it by its First Nations name. And that's another way to deal with this, not to proselytise, not to be confronting, but to embed this thinking in everything you do. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge, for bringing such moving and fascinating stories and project. Thank you. Let's move on to the panel discussion. Professor Ryoko, it's your turn.
Thank you very much. I have a PowerPoint presentation, so maybe I can have a remote controller. And well, perhaps PowerPoint will come soon. Nice to meet you. I'm very happy to be here today, and I'd like to thank my gratitude to organizers for having me, inviting me to this interesting and important meetings. So let me try to move on. Okay, so I'd like to just give a brief general points regarding this session and also probably the conference in general, this conference as a whole. It seems to me that the main question of this conference is this: despite the varied and fragmented nature of memories, how can we effectively pursue a journey towards peace and reconciliation by engaging in reflection and commemoration of the past? Actually, this question is very difficult to answer. I have examined Japanese cases in East Asia, and then first of all, it's very difficult to establish a common memory of the past, especially when it comes to war memories. And I think each individual has different image or different ideas about what happened. But also, there are different understanding of the war from place to place, but also from generation to generation. So without having a common understanding of what happened in the past, how can we actually, pursue a journey for peace and reconciliation? So that's a big question, and I think two presentations, and also in the previous session, the presenters gave some food for thought regarding this big question. And from my side, I'd like to raise 3 points. The first point is about the relationship between memory and politics. I think we are aware of the fact that, heritage and memory is not only about the past, but also about the present and future. And in order to understand what we are or who we are, we have to look at the past. And also, depending on what kind of past we look at, perhaps we think about a different future. And because of this strong connection between the past, present, and future in memories, memory field, I think, memories and heritage can be used for a political purpose. And I think there are numerous examples that the government tries to use memory and heritage for their own purpose. The government tries to use memory and heritage to unify a nation, mobilize nation, and I think that is not surprising, and maybe it's not necessarily a bad thing. But what is concerning in recent years is the rise of authoritarianism, not just in authoritarian state, but also democratic countries, because authoritarian political leaders and governments try to use memory for their own purpose. And sometimes they look at the glorious part of history and memory, but then neglect the alternative understanding of the past, not to mention the dark history. So I think what is required for each individual is to, develop an independent mind, keep an independent mind and moral reason, and is willing, each individual has to be willing to listen to different stories of the past, individual stories of the past, because that's the realities. I mean, that's a fact. And I think, rather than just relying on the official line of history and historical narrative, that is what each individual is required to do. And probably for this purpose, civil society initiatives make a difference. And then the second point I'd like to raise is about the creation of heritage sites and memorials. Maybe this is also related to an interpretation issue. I think the first presenter also talked about several cases, and yeah, in order to create heritage site and memorials, the question is how many voices or perspectives should be included, how to represent those voices. And I think ultimately those questions are related to the question of for whom we want to keep or build heritage and memorial sites. Is it for a specific group of victims and their families, or is it for a much wider audience in a globalized society? And I'd like to give you a little bit of example to think further about this issue. So this is a civilian war memorial in Singapore, and this is dedicated to the people who died during the Japanese occupation of Singapore from 1943 to 45. And you can see the 4 white pillars here, and these white pillars represent the 4 ethnic groups in Singapore: Chinese, Malays, Indians, and Eurasians. But when Singapore built this memorial site, actually there was tension and conflicts because the Chinese Chamber of Commerce wanted to have a Chinese architectural designed memorial because the majority of the victims under the Japanese occupation were Chinese. But at that time, Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew said that no, we should have a plain design, not Chinese design, because it should be the symbol of the national unity. So, eventually that's the outcome. So from the governmental point of view, unity, national unity is important, but for probably Chinese victims or bereaved families, it has to be Chinese design. So again, this raises a question of for whom this memorial was built and for what purpose. And I think, this memorial site, or, well, in a way, artwork also raises a question for whom we need this memorial. If you go to the memorial, as you all know, probably there is no explanation about what happened in the past, for the Jewish people. But I think at the same time, if you know the context, if you know the historical background, you actually can get a feeling. And I think this design works against the idea of linear, homogeneous experience of war. I mean, each individual has experienced probably different things in different way and, felt different things. And I think today, even today, each individual probably feels different things. So to me, this artwork or this design actually represents the fight against collectivity, a collective understanding of the past, because it can actually risk the individual stories or dismissing the individual stories. Now, the third point is about the creation of an inclusive society. Making heritage and memorials and museums are important to remember the past, and particularly if it's dedicated to the people of, marginalized people or underprivileged people, then, this is a place for learning about history, their history and their stories. But at the same time, I think what is more important is the creation of an inclusive society in which each individual is able to tell his or her own story. This is related to what the second presenter talked about. And I think, sometimes it can be harmful to just focus on the creation of memorial or heritage site, because sometimes it's for the government to tick the box to say that we care about the marginalized people or underprivileged ethnic groups. I mean, when I think about China and even Japan, sometimes you see a museum dedicated to the history and culture of ethnic group. But what is more important is in the present time, they are able to tell a story and also their feelings. And that is probably the ultimate objective for the creation of, heritage and memorial. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I was just asked to give a short comment. We think it's at all a question of identity, of responsibility, and the narrative concerning a state, concerning a society, and concerning a World Heritage Site as we represent it, or as I represent it. For example, the Federal Republic of Germany has much difficulties to face the history of the Third Reich, as you know. And we have to wait until 1985 until an official man of the Federal Republic, the Federal President von Weizsäcker, said and demanded a sincere willingness to learn from one's own history and for an active commemoration of the suffering of those who were abducted and uprooted through forced labor. First time in 1985. So it's 40 years after the end of the Second World War. We were inscribed, for example, in 1992, Mainz of Rummelsburg, historic town of Goslar, and the Upper Harz water management a little bit later. And we were inscribed, when we read it, for the golden times, for the successful time of managing a resources project for zinc, copper, and lead, for technological inventions, but not for shadow history. We couldn't find it. So we started in 1999 up to 2002, our oral history project, because we asked ourselves, what's our narrative? What do we tell the people, the villagers who come there from all over the world? And we are a part of the world history as World Heritage Site who come there. What do we tell them? So we made an oral history project with the Ukrainian people, and we integrated that in our general exhibition. So they find a place there beside the workers of the Middle Ages, beside the technological process. But we asked ourselves, is that enough? When you visit our World Heritage Site, you see a big mining complex, see an impressive architecture. And if you are a little bit inspired, you can see that it's in some parts the architecture of the National Socialist era between 1936 and 1940 built up. But you don't see a place of the victims. We don't see where the people have lived or where they were forced for labor. So you see, if you look from the air on it, the mining process, the industrial process, and the architecture, and besides you see a big parking place and a meadow. And we know, concerning the oil history project, that in the underground of this, there is a so-called forced labors camp called Winterthal Camp. So we started in 2021 an archaeological excavation process. We reopened it and we looked for the ruins and we looked how the people lived there. And we were a little bit successful. We find some barracks. We find the difference between the barracks for the Western workers and the Eastern workers, for example. You can see it concerning the material. And we found places how they lived. And we realized that the forced labors camp was beside a leisure area of the inhabitants of the town of Goslar, because beside there is a big pond, and it was the official swimming pool at the same time. So the people go there beside the camp, the workers go there, and the others suffered there. So we'll integrate, if at the end of this project in October 2023. We will integrate it in the normal, in question marks, management process of the museum so that the suffering people get a place. And we think that this securing of evidence in the aftermath is becoming increasingly important against the background of the fact that the contemporary witnesses are dying out, and the transition to collective memory, which is influenced by the media at will, I'll say, for example, artificial intelligence. So we hope we can give a place of remembrance at our World Heritage site, and we think that's necessary not to lose history. Thank you very much.
So thank you for sharing your ideas. So let's have some time for presenters to respond to what this consult mentions, especially Professor Nakano has brought a question and 3 points. So you do not have to deal with all 3 points. So each presenter has maximum, 3 minutes. Professor Turner.
I'd like to highlight just 2 points. First of all, the pressure to remember should be balanced with the option to forget. And we should agree about what needs to be forgotten. I also picked up on the photograph which Christina had shown of the Mostar saying, don't forget, as opposed to Father, forgive, is obviously a dramatic situation. Historically, we can look at what was the Pact of Forgetting in Spain, or in fact the Commission for Reconciliation in South Africa. But there are examples about how this needs to be actually done. Exactly where do we put, how far in history do we go past, and where do we draw the line? That's my first point on that one. I think the second one is therefore the many voices which you had mentioned. I think therefore there's an important role for augmented realities and activities. There's a great deal, and the keynote lecture actually mentioned this clear, which I'd never seen before, but this is again a great option. The problems, the ethical problems with AI are great, and they've yet to be addressed. But nevertheless, that doesn't mean to say that we shouldn't be looking at it. And my last comment is then what are the different narratives? Neil Asher Silberman actually developed then the idea of the 4 different narratives: the decline narrative, the suffering narrative, the progress narrative, and the restoration narrative. How these narratives can be joined together and how they can be dovetailed. The suffering of one is then the restoration of the other, and how we can then look in and find then commonalities in these aspects. These are my first comments. Thank you. So I just missed out that I would just like to put on record, I was absolutely thrilled to listen to the additions which were made in Goslar World Heritage Site and the ideas which have come in extending beyond the actual World Heritage, but the narrative, the wider narrative and the context of the city. Thank you.
One approach I have is to think about a heritage site as stretching, as Michael said, well beyond the boundaries of any place that we may determine through World Heritage or other means, to understand that this site always has an infinite number of histories. And then to educate the public or the people, the locals and people visiting the site in the notion that there are multiple histories at this place. They're still thinking that there's just one story. It's about the role of interpretation is to broaden that thinking. But secondly, planning the site, saying you may have a certain story you're telling or a couple of stories, you may have a dominant feature such as that memorial, but there are so many options now with different digital media techniques, not just AI, but say even social media, to engage people in what they're thinking about the site is, and to introduce the idea that this interpretation may never end. It's not fixed. It may have a physical form on site that needs renewal over a certain number of years. We may hear the stories from the different groups that want their stories told, but there are certain techniques too in allowing 2 perspectives aside or 3, even just a simple sign with several faces, telling different stories if within certain limits, and saying to the public, well, here's some other material. Think about this yourself. follow this QR code, then you can find out more information. Most importantly, engaging local people at the site physically to be able to tell their stories and to meet people goes a long way towards healing, as I hope I showed in the presentation. So I think it's an awareness not just of multiple stories and perspectives, but of all the different media you've got to tell these stories. And to accept you're not going to come to one conclusion. If you do, you're almost back at school. It's about saying this is complex. It's something for you to think about for the rest of your life. It will keep being added to. You may add to it. It's not closed, but it's open. Thank you.
Thank you. It is regretful that there is no time for Q&A session. So I ask offline participants to chat with presenters what is concerned in break time. Participants, you may send your question to presenters what is concerned directly by email, and I cordially ask panelists to respond to them. So I'd like to ask to give big applause to all panelists. Thank you. Let's close this session. And Maaike, you have some announcement.
Thank you very much for completing this session. A few remarks. I think we're going fast, and I think this topic is very important. And I imagine that you and also the viewers online have plenty of ideas and reflections and everything. We don't have time to come back to everything today. So I would like to advise you, please email one of the organizers. So whether it's Seoul National University, whether it's FU Amsterdam, or whether it's OurWorldHeritage or the Coalition for Science of Conscience, I think we will bring all these remarks together and thoughts and maybe work in the future. So no panic if the day is over and there is still plenty in the hearts. Please reach out to us.
Good afternoon and evening to online participants, and someone maybe good morning to you. I'm Jihon Kim from Seoul National University. It is my great pleasure and honor to moderate this very interesting and important second session of today's seminar on heritage interpretation and presentation for future generations. Well, today in the morning, we have just heard very interesting speeches and interventions from two sessions, which have provided us the very essential idea of the seminar. The second session right now is in continuation of those ideas, but from the perspective of the youth. For this session, we have one presentation by a historical travel YouTuber, 3 students' presentation, followed by comments from 2 experts as mentors. To begin with, let me invite Mr. Hwayong, aka Grand Duke Vermont, renowned travel YouTuber who visited numerous historical places in the world. Well, 4 years ago, he confessed that he was an ordinary salesperson in Seoul, but now he has more than 100,000 followers. And his video have been watched by more than several tens of million times. That's amazing. And I confess that, I'm one of the biggest fans of his. Please welcome Mr. Jeong for his presentation with one round of applause.
Yeah, nice to meet you. The topic I will have a presentation is cultural heritage transmission in new media platform. First of all, let me introduce myself. Originally, I was sales person in construction company. I used to selling cement, concrete, people. However, at the age of 31 years old, I wanted to challenge a new job as a historical travel YouTuber. At that time, my parents and friends were worried about me getting a new job at the age of 31 years old. Yes, it was obviously risky. However, there are 2 great points in YouTube. YouTube provides equal opportunity for everyone, and profit is guaranteed according to the number of views. These kinds of 2 advantage points guided me to be a historical travel YouTuber. So now, I became a famous YouTuber. I made 152 videos. Total view is 27 millions. And my subscriber has 85,000 followers. Okay, next. Yeah. First, background of cultural heritage transmission in new media platform. There are three powerful features on new media platform. First, mainly video content. The new media platform system in these days are video-based, like YouTube, Insta Reels, and TikTok, because video contents are more vivid and vibrant than image and text. Also, it is a much better way to make a storytelling. And second, it is a core point of a new media platform. Interact with the public. YouTubers are constantly communicated with public and subscribers. For example, like or dislike button, comment, real-time streaming, community. It is a strong advantage and it is clearly differentiated from traditional media platforms such as radio, TV, and magazines. Yeah. In my case, my subscribers always ask me in my YouTube video, how can I go to Taj Mahal? How can I go to Colosseum? How much is the ticket? Whenever they ask me in my YouTube video, I always answer. And each process is very fun and enjoyable. Last, easy accessibility. All media platforms can be enjoyed by mobile, and everyone has a mobile. Mobile is a media platform, and media platform are mobile. These kinds of three features on new media platform make a cultural heritage transmission much easier, much simpler to the public, especially for the future generation. Who and how and what is transmitted in heritage communication or new media platform? First, who? Anyone can be possible. You don't need any education course. You don't need any specific license. Bachelor's degree, master's degree is not required. Anyone can do it if you like a historical heritage. How? How will it be transmitted? I think it's the best way to show you my video. Let's see. 소리가 안 나오는데. Can on the sound? Okay.
세계역사의 대부분이 레벨들이 생겨납니다. 기본적으로 1만 명이 지어졌다는 거. 레이프함의 능력이나 능력은 그게 힘들면 기본적으로 10년이고 6년 뒤인데 1만 명이 지어졌다고 그러면 세계사 국가가 처음부터 다 없어지는 얘기지. 똑같은 유적들이 실제로 불나는 게 느껴지지 않습니다. 너무 신나네요, 진짜. 바빌로니아 이집트왕국 다르다는 고대왕국 시대. 근데 이 히타이트제국은 바빌로니아와 이집트를 묵살해냈던 초강력한 제국이었어요. 세계 최초로 처리된 사람이었어요. 굉장히 중요한 나라죠, 히타이트는. 한때 고인 때만 해도 제 꿈이 이런 유네스코에 들어가는 거였습니다. 유네스코 문화유산 보관하는 것들 있잖아. 발굴하고. 공부를 더 열심히 해서 그런데 잡을까 그랬는데.
In case of me, I always busy on that site and make a video at the spot. It can bring out more lively and more vibrant, dynamic reaction from my subscribers. In fact, I'm proud of my video because my subscribers say they got a new knowledge and new fact from my video beyond the textbook. Next, what will be transmitted? I transmitted tangible historical heritage, but also intangible historical heritage. Let's see my second video.
파스텔은 문화가 다르니까 수들하게 최악의 지이라고 하네. Why they are so low? Not possible. So I heard this every side 10% push to selling. 우리가 우리 출신인가 멀리서부터 궁금한 줄 알았는데 생각보다 시끄럽네요. 여러분이 스탈린 하면은 굉장히 정확하고 그런 이미지가 떠오르는 게 당연하겠지만 이 사람 머리가 굉장히 어떤 사람입니까? 우리나라의 스탈린? Stalin is the strongest way. The Georgian people like Stalin? Oh really? Oh, it's so right. Some people like something like
that. Yeah. In fact, the YouTube contents are unlimited. Anything is possible. But we remind it, the most important things are profitability for YouTubers and the public's attention. These two is most important in YouTube. Okay. Next, wartime heritage. This is the one of the interesting that I like, and it is also most difficult field to make a YouTube video. Why? Let's see. Remember the tsunami hit the Indian Ocean 2004. Creating content such an irreversible, sad disaster can draw everyone's sympathy. World War I and World War II are same. You are sharing common human values. We are having a same common opinion. However, following case is different. Israel and Palestine conflict are still ongoing. Each person has a different perspective, and each country's benefit are deeply involved in this conflict. In this case, it is not easy to construct content. One more case. This is the Armenian genocide. It's the Armenian version of Holocaust, terrible disaster, terrible story. But Ottoman Empire killed almost 1 million Armenian people. But most of my Turkish friends interpret this genocide differently. They admit Ottoman Empire killed many people. However, its scale and process are thoroughly exaggerated. So, at this case, it is truly difficult to make a content because we are not sharing common value. Our opinion is different. So what is the solution? So how can I make this kind of sensitive topic and wartime heritage? So I focus on 3 points, 3 factors. First, neutral attitude. It is the basic, but it is the most important attitude for creator. Neutral attitude video can help for subscriber to have neutral judgment wisely and flexibly. Personal stories and experience. Local people's opinion and experience are critically important to deal with sensitive topic. Let's see my last video.
India people like the British. I think from historical problem for the good relationship. Long story. And like a good friend. But from the stage,
Yeah, local people's opinions and experience make my content more persuasive. So when I handle with sensitive topics, I always add local people's opinions and experience. Up-to-date content. The people's opinion is always changed on wartime heritage especially, and it's gonna be changeable in future too. So my YouTube video content must be fresh and reflect new opinion. So I always revise and check real-time opinions to adjust latest information. Okay. My last section. So future approaches to heritage communication on media platform. yeah, so there will be more YouTube creators, there will be more historical heritage content. Of course, there will be more new media platform. Second, combination with new IT technology. IT technology make it change everything. So historical heritage must be a best friend with IT technology. And we always try to be adapted as soon as possible for our future generation. It's very critical point. Storytelling and show. Yeah. People like a story. Yeah. People like a fun story more. So cultural heritage transmission must combine with a fun story, like a Netflix. Yeah. It is the best way to induce public's attention and interest. Okay. Summary and conclusion. These days, the new media platform based on video and core point is interact with the public and subscribers constantly. And contents are unlimited. The core points are profitability for YouTubers, public's attention. And cultural heritage transmission must be a best friend with the IT device and always try to be fun. Okay. There's my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jeong. It is very impressive in that you are using the most popular platform to present your ideas on heritage sites. As you said, it's a very quick and easy manner, but at the same time, you're using the very neutral manner, also through the local voice and with the up-to-date information. You mentioned the interaction. I think that is also very important word to remember for our future generations. Okay, now let me invite our student presenters one by one. As briefly mentioned in the morning, we have called for students' abstracts for this seminar from April to May and received numerous applications. It is really hard job to select those good abstracts because there are too many. And among them, 3 students were selected for today's presentations. And you can see 7 other students' posters online at the homepage of Our World Heritage, which is www.ourworldheritage.org. And I'm also happy to share the list of the winners for poster session who are here. Some of them are here. Maybe you can stand up and say greet to our audience today. Jennifer McHugh, you're there, right? And Kimika Matsumoto and Oliver Maxam. Yes, yeah. Congratulations again. Yeah. And the poster session winners are online as well, whose names are Elad Horn, Daniel Atias de Almeida, Tatenda Duv, and Nursu Elko. Yeah, congratulations again. And I hope you can find their posters interesting. Let me ask 3 winners for presentations to the floor one by one. First, Mr. Stanley Jachike Onyemechalu, PhD candidate at University of Cambridge. Yeah, please come forward and please welcome him with one round of applause.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stanley Onyemechalu. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Cambridge, and I look at how conflict impacts on cultural heritage, especially the legacies of those conflicts in the context of Nigeria's civil war, otherwise known as the Biafra War. And today I would be discussing something just from that ongoing PhD about how the young generation in Nigeria, particularly in southeastern Nigeria, the Igbo region, interpret or misinterpret the wartime heritage of the Biafra War, and what leads to that. So the main argument is basically that historical memory or accurate historical memory is necessary for proper interpretation of wartime heritage. And I will try to show that with this presentation. I've structured this as such. I first of all tried to look at the heritage and violent conflict literature, but I will just rush through that so that we discuss the case study in much detail. So yeah, what is the relationship between violent conflict and cultural heritage? And in this table, I tried to just look at some of the themes that have been discussed We see a lot of works on destruction of cultural heritage, tangible heritage, intangible heritage, and approaches on how to actually correct those destructions or look at the insufficiencies of the international conventions in relation to these destructions. But then what we do not see in a lot of the literature is interpretation, wartime heritage interpretation, and how memory or history plays a role in that. And I will just be drawing on a few conversations that is now coming up in the memory studies, and to show the role or intersection between heritage and history, as well as how memory plays a role in heritage. And so again, for proper heritage interpretation, there should be proper memorialization, as well as some level of historical accuracy. But in relation to wars, we have lots of scholars who have theorized, in memory studies in relation to war, and many of them talk about how such memories form the nation's self-image, especially if they are authoritative or, say, public memory, where the nation state is trying to have its own particular memorialization of a certain wartime heritage. We also know about the weaponization and politicization of memory, in relation to lots of wartime histories. So how does the suppression of memory impact on wartime heritage? This is where the case study comes in. The Legacies of Biafra Heritage Project is a project that developed from my PhD. But first of all, what is the Biafra War? So a brief summary of this war. It happened shortly after Nigeria gained independence from the British Empire in 1960. The war started around 1967 and ended in about 1970. And this was as a result of the now defunct Eastern region's quest for self-determination due to a lot of injustices that they felt were meted out to their people. And, the war lasted on for about 30 months, killing over 300,000 in combat, and over 1 million people or even more are said to have died from just starvation, and many more were displaced from the war. So like I said, the LBHP is an offshoot from my project, and this is also an ongoing project as the PhD itself is ongoing. And its major aim is to explore the intergenerational knowledge / memory transfer of the Biafra War among young people, particularly in southeastern Nigeria. And young people here, we're talking about people within the ages 16 to 25, just for this study, because the average life expectancy, according to the World Bank for Nigeria, is around 50 to 53. And so it's trying to divide that by half and say, okay, this is the generation that we might be looking to. And so how did we try to do this? So I tried to use survey, site visits, and open source investigation for academics. Right now, we looked at only Twitter. I need to go on to look into Facebook and also conduct some narrative art competitions among this particular demographic. And so today I'll be, showing you the results of some of these methods. So for the survey, we tried to understand, first of all, do you know about the Biafra War? And there was an overwhelming yes. Yes, we know about the war, but what do you know about the war? Or how did you get to know about the war? And a lot of them mention books, movies, social media, parents and elders. And we see that there is almost nothing for school lessons because the Nigerian government has for a long time suppressed this history, the history of the war, in its curriculum. And for a long time between 2009 and 2019, there was no history at all being taught in secondary schools across Nigeria. And even where it was taught, the particular section on the Biafra War was almost glossed over. And so you see that children or this younger generation do not know, all they know from the war are mostly from their parents or elders, their grandparents and uncles. And then I tried to understand, so what kinds of emotions do you get, or what comes to mind when you think about the Biafra War? And we see all range of emotions there, mostly negative emotions, and very few of them talked about pride, about 6%. But what is most interesting for this particular slide is the word cloud that I created from their responses when they were asked to give list of names or events or key personalities that they know or remember from the Nigerian Biafra War. And we see, so the biggest or the boldest names are the ones that came up a lot in the responses, while the smaller ones are the ones that were repeated too much or just people mentioned just a few times. And so the first name there, Odumegwu Ojukwu, refers to the leader of the Biafran side of the war. Again, the context of the people who are being polled are younger generations in the southeastern part of Nigeria, which was the defunct Biafran region. And so, of course, they would remember the leader of the struggle. But what is really important is the leader of the struggle on the Nigerian side, the man who prosecuted the war, who is also still alive, is almost not remembered by this group of Nigerians. And, till date, he is one of the very few key personalities of the war who has not written an official memoir about the war. And, a lot of historians are like, we need to hear your own side of the story. Why did you decide to do this or do that? How did you even make those decisions and all of that? But there is this conscious, almost, deliberate attempt by the Nigerian state, and of course, people like him who led the Nigerian state at that time, to suppress or move a step back from their role in prosecuting this war. And another name you see boldly written there is Murtala Muhammad, who historically is one of the masterminds or even the chief mastermind of the Asaba massacre, which is historically documented. Again, this massacre happened in a region very close to it was part of the defunct Eastern region, but now it's called the South of Nigeria. And so we see other names there like Christopher Okibo, which are mostly authors like Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka. These are people who also wrote a lot during the war to draw attention to some of the things that were happening during that time. So just to rush through, so what aspects of the war would you like to be memorialized? Many of them said, oh, they want all aspects of the war to be memorialized, especially the heroism, the suffering, the death, the resilience of their people and all of that. And how would you want this to be memorialized? And, they also talked about having a specific public holiday, cenotaphs, statues, monuments, or naming key public infrastructure after key personalities, none of which is currently being done in Nigeria today. So if you have a specific public holiday, the only public holiday that exists in Nigeria related slightly to the war is the January 15th day, which is called the Armed Forces Remembrance Day. It is called Armed Forces Remembrance Day because this was the day that the war ended formally, but nothing about the war is talked about. So the official narrative of this particular holiday is to remember all those who have fallen in fight of the Nigerian state. But many of the people who fought on the Biafran side did not fight on behalf of the Nigerian state, or it also includes people who have died after the war as well. So it's not really a proper memorial or a proper devotion to the war. So I'll just quickly rush. So the biggest representation of the official history of the Nigerian Civil War can be found here in its National War Museum, where we have like the state trying to show a lot of the things that they felt was necessary to depict in the war. And a little study I did in 2019 showed how there are a lot of silences or omissions, like Professor Andrew Gordon said in the morning, about the counter coup that actually led to the war, the pogrom, and the declaration of the Biafran state. So we have a lot about the first coup, which is, the state likes to talk about as the Igbo coup, which was actually what riled people up to go against this particular young nation. And we talk about, we see people like the key personalities of the war as well being represented. There is also very low representation of the resolution efforts that were happening during the war to try and make sure it didn't outlast like the time it took. And then, of course, there was almost no mention of war crimes that were committed, during this time. Now, when you interviewed the people who work in the museum, you hear a lot of talk about how the military interferes in their their process of trying to memorialize the war. So the military almost takes this museum as its own museum to show its prowess of a war that it's successfully prosecuted. And so that interferes in even the professionals who work in the museum trying to balance out or even trying to do a proper representation of the war history. I have to rush because there's no time. So here I was trying to present a case of a separate museum run by youths that started in 2017 to try and address the representational gaps in the National War Museum. And you see them showing almost every aspect of the war, the leader of the Nigerian side, the leader of the Biafran side, some of the uniforms and flags used by the Biafran side as well, which are largely missing in the National War Museum. And when you ask them, you see one of them say that they see themselves filling this gap created by the stifling of history in Nigerian schools and all that. Finally, we also see that this particular group are going just beyond permanent exhibitions to explore social media, particularly Twitter, and they host lots of programs to conscientize youths and the young generation on other aspects of the war that are not necessarily in the museums or in their own exhibitions. And you see them holding yearly memorial programs, in relation to this. So what can be done? I think finally the government needs to reintroduce a comprehensive account of the war in schools. They need to disengage or disentangle the military from this particular National War Museum. They can get their own Nigerian National Military Museum. And the government should allow for a democratic narration of its wartime heritage history. And also, it might be important for researchers like me and others to explore how diminished narratives, especially by the Igbo people, are sustained across generations in the face of unauthorized commemoration by state governments. Thank you. I think that's what I'm trying to conclude in my completion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stanley, for your interesting case presentation. I think it is very impressive in that he really brought the case of his own country and also, share the importance of the delivery of the historical accuracy to the future generation. And also, the case of the youth movement for the museum was very interesting. I hope you can listen to his ideas further on that case. Without further delay, let me invite the second speaker, Ms. Anisha Patel, a PhD candidate and Faculty of Law at Europa University, Biafra. Yeah, so she will going to share the case from the legal perspective.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anisha, and I'm here to talk about how a nuanced approach to heritage interpretation has the possibility to widen the protection offered in international law in times of conflict, which is also part of my PhD research. This presentation will be slightly different from the ones that we've heard so far because it approaches the question of interpretation for a case that is currently in conflict. So it's not something that we're looking back at, but something that we're experiencing now. I think the premise laid out by Mr. Bandarin in the morning when he spoke in his opening remarks about looking at interpretation as a process of understanding heritage and dealing with changes in society kind of is something that I see in the case that I'm dealing with. I will begin by outlining the way in which I have approached heritage in this conversation, because that kind of sets the premise for how we then deal with it. And I will then move through the case example of the olive farming in Palestine to discuss how heritage is looked at in the World Heritage context of the listing and understood by communities when we spoke to them. And last, I will look at how this then transforms into the litigation that is around the olive farming case. So the whole end product of this process is to see how best we can deal with it right now while the conflict is on. Just to quickly go through the ways in which we understand heritage institutionally, but mostly from a states parties driven process. It has evolved considerably since we look at the Athens Charter that had kind of outlined everything needs to be restored with concrete and look exactly like it used to before and so on, to the point where we kind of have come to the 2005 convention, and the World Heritage Convention somehow falls between this spectrum, but is kind of the most popular one somehow, let's say that. So this is, but then the other way, the other way of looking at heritage has been kind of this idea of countering the perspectives of the state and looking at the perspectives of the people. And I don't say communities as such, because then there is a question of who's really the community, but let's say people who are mostly associated or involved or experiencing the heritage. Most of us probably are familiar somehow with the authorized heritage discourse that has been outlined by Laura Jane Smith, that looks at heritage as a process rather than an object. And a similar constructivist approach can also be seen in a wider discussion in the critical heritage studies sphere, peace and conflict studies, post-colonial studies, and so on. Building on this non-state-centric view of heritage, community-based heritage indicators for peace was a toolkit developed by ICROM, which I had a chance to collaborate on, that outlines a method of engaging local communities in conflict-affected settings in defining their own heritage and then developing indicators for peace. And I bring this up here because it is also an approach that I have used in the case that I will talk about, which is the olive farming, Palestine land of olives and vines, cultural landscape of southern Jerusalem, Batir. Here I need to also add in that a lot of the on-ground research was done with my colleagues, and it's been a collaborative process. I cannot take ownership for all of it, but with their support. Inscribed to the list in 2014 and simultaneously to the list of World Heritage in Danger, the site is a cultural landscape composed of terraces that are supported by dry stone walls, agricultural watchtowers, olive presses, and ancient irrigation pools. It was originally envisioned to be a serial site spread across Palestine, inscribed under criterias 4 and 5, as you can see. And the nomination looks at how the site is highly representative of the identity and character of the landscape throughout history and the way people have used the land and their attachment to it and so on. The nomination dossier also identifies the reason for proposing an emergency danger listing as the construction of the settlements and the wall that were bound to go and kind of change the cultural landscape and how it works on site. But what happens when we talk to people about their whole heritage in times of conflict, while the conflict is actually ongoing? And that's where the community-based approach came in, because that's what we did in 2022. Towards the end of 2022, where we had the chance to work with some olive farming communities and kind of try and look at how the community-based heritage indicators for peace would work. And the answers we got, as you can see on the slide, the more the people talked about a theme, the bigger it appears in size on the slide. And the conversations were focused on resilience, on resistance, on violence, on identity, on justice. And it went so much further beyond the ideas that were captured in the nomination dossier and placed the practice of olive farming as a component somehow of their identities today. The olive trees were thought of by the community as symbols of resistance in the conflict context, which connected them to their land. Over the course of the occupation, the disposition of land and targeting of the trees has become kind of a counter to the resilience that the trees offer, and has a symbolic connotation for the community somehow. And I tried to understand this from a perspective of why this became an identity component as it did, especially in relation to the conflict, not just on its own. And for this part, I look primarily at peace and conflict studies and heritage studies, of course, but because peace and conflict studies has actually tried to connect these links between identity and the root causes of conflict. And the slide looks at how these concepts are connected and feed into each other in a protracted conflict setting. So olive farming as a practice is primarily associated with the Palestinian people, and its physical components are then the land, the trees, the water, and the access to all of it. When there is direct or structural violence that is directed towards the physical components, in the conflict context, it is then imagined that it is kind of directed to the people, And that's how this process of co-constituting your identity with the component of heritage becomes an experience of the community somehow. Resistance to this violence then becomes symbolic of the resistance to the larger violence. And this completes the circle of looking at this is attacked, so we are attacked and we're resisting this attack. So this is now, yeah, you co-constitute that idea altogether. Yeah, so this is how we went about looking at heritage and identity in the process. Then in terms of international law, and I'm going to skip through this quickly because there isn't much time, but international law generally looks at sites and monuments in line with the treaties as and when they were drafted, and you can see all of them kind of more or less fall in the time when heritage was still considered as sites and monuments. So the Geneva Conventions talk about things and objects and sites. So the protection for this is limited to things. And as a part of large part of international law actually takes place at the national level in the national courts, because not everything that is discussed here is enforceable internationally. The mechanisms for enforcing international law actually start or necessarily have to start at the national level before they can be dealt outside. So how can these laws then be used to protect people in like the people-centric understanding? So for this, I actually looked into the cases that have been used at the Israeli Supreme Court that were related somehow to the olive farming, not just in Batir, in the World Heritage Site, yes, but also around it. Primarily, they were associated with the construction of the wall and the settlements inside the occupied territories and the infrastructure associated with them. And the court usually uses humanitarian law to kind of adjudicate on these cases. But that's because it looks at the cases of land or agriculture or livelihood, which are all legitimate approaches because that's how people have kind of applied to get relief. But they don't necessarily incorporate what the larger meaning of this piece of land could be somehow, which actually the International Court of Justice in its advisory opinion has hinted at a little bit. But when I come to my concluding slide, that somehow there are two things that I'm looking at now as I move forward with this is how do we look at the ICC's cultural policy in 2021, which is comprehensive, and how it views cultural heritage can actually be used to look at it more holistically. And that's where interpretation actually comes in, because when you start looking at cultural heritage as a process, as something that affects people's identities, you can then subscribe to these other ideas of protecting it. Similarly, the Genocide Convention, which currently focuses on physical destruction, is something that can be re-explored. And I say re because it has been done before. It's not something new. Because for Raphael Lemkin, the idea of genocide was cultural. The Nazi crimes were a methodological attempt to destroy a group, and what makes the group a group is its identity. So for Lemkin, the idea of genocide was actually associated extensively with identity. And okay, this is really, so I now move forward from here to try and look at, again, litigation that has worked in this area and how it can be applicable. And that's why it's kind of interpretation becomes critical, not just looking back at conflict, but also while it is in conflict, because it has real life implications. It's actually changing people's life on ground in the conflict. So it's critical that we look at heritage not as bits and pieces of things, but as a part of a larger story, like a larger narrative.
Thank you very much, Anisha. Let me invite the last speaker, Ms. Caroline Hulshoff from this university, Free University in Amsterdam.
My name is Caroline Hulshoff. I am actually a student of the Master's Heritage and Memory Studies, the University of Amsterdam, and currently I'm doing an internship at the Ministry of Defense on cultural property protection. And there I do a research on Bosnia and Herzegovina and the relation between conflict and heritage there. And one of the case studies is this Ferhadija mosque. And I will tell you a bit about the reconstruction process of this mosque. During the Yugoslav wars in the 1990s, heritage became a target, and these are two of cases that might be more well known to you. So the Mostar Bridge, we already saw it today, that got destroyed, and the Sarajevo Library, where after shelling, fire burned lots of unique objects that were stored there. And Bosnia and Herzegovina, with the signing of the Dayton Accords, got split into two entities. The purple entity here, the purple part, is the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, where there's a majority of Bosnian Croats and Bosniaks. The Bosniak identity is tied to the mosque Ferhadija that is central today. And the red part is the Republika Srpska, where there's a majority of Bosnian Serbs. And the mosque is located in the red, the dark red above, in the city of Banja Luka, that is the capital of this entity. So the mosque was constructed in 1579 by by pupil of a famous Ottoman classic architect Mimar Sinan, and also during Yugoslav times it was part of the cultural heritage, and during the war it became a target with much other religious heritage. Also Orthodox churches and Catholic churches got destroyed, but mainly mosques. So on the 7th of May of 1993, a kind of shock went through the city as the mosque had been destroyed that night. And the shock was also amongst the Serbian population then. After this, there was only a clock tower still standing, but about 6 months later, in December of 1993, this was also demolished, and the whole site was transformed into a parking lot with no trace at all anymore of the mosque that had stood there since the 16th century. The war caused a lot of disruption, of course. Lots of people fled Banja Luka or went to other places of Bosnia and Herzegovina, for instance, to the Federation. And after the war, there was only a small minority of Bosniaks left in Banja Luka. So now for the main part, the reconstruction process of the mosque. So there were a lot of problems that occurred here, one of which was the relocation of the original materials. When the mosque was destructed, the materials got dispersed around the city. So also in garbage dumps and in rivers, and they had to be relocated and made ready for the rebuilding. Also, there were a lot of political obstructions in obtaining permits, and the actual reconstruction commenced on the 7th of May of 2001, so exactly 8 years after its destruction. But there were huge protests that you see on the image there, where police is trying to disperse the crowd of about 3,000 to 4,000 protesters that were throwing stones at the Bosniaks that were celebrating actually the laying of the first stone of the mosque. The whole process took 15 years, and on the 7th of May of 2016, the mosque was finally reopened, and this day also became the Day of the Mosque in Bosnia and Herzegovina for all mosques. So that says a lot about the Ferhadija Mosque and its power of representation in general. First I want to read this quote to you of Tobias Strahl from his article of Protection of Culture in Conflict, Heritage in a Military Environment. And it says, "The horrors of war, as we can see, are apparently not the only reason why people would leave their homes and familiar environment, often never to return. 30 years after the war, there's still not enough cultural net for many people to identify with, no structure to which they could connect, and no fabric which could replace the one that was torn apart." And this cultural net, I want to emphasize, he talks about how culture and a mosque such as the Ferhadija can foster a sense of belonging, but also be part of the construction of this net in smaller ways, not only this huge in the eye-jumping classic Ottoman mosque, but also markets around it, shops, and people that return to create this kind of cultural net. Of course, this is a reciprocal process. You need people to make this process start, but also you need kind of a representation to feel at home and have a sense of belonging somewhere. On the picture, you see the Ernaudia Mosque, and the Ferhadija that got completed in 2016 also facilitated the reconstruction of more mosques throughout the region of Banja Luka, and the Ernaudia is one of them. The reconstruction process started in 2017, and it got reopened again on the 7th of May on the Day of the Mosque in 2022. So just last year. And with the growing of this cultural net, there's kind of memoryscapes that are emerging because the Bosniak identity surrounding are kind of islands in the city of Banja Luka, where Serbian memory is dominant. Because in other parts of the city, also in the center, you see this kind of graffiti that you see on the pictures. The first one, you see the General Ratko Mladic, who is a convicted war criminal found guilty of genocide. And for ultra-nationalists of Serbia, he's actually a war hero. So this interpretation of one guy is very different, and his image is used to kind of claim this public space. The number 30 refers to the beginning of the war and when the Republika Srpska came into being. So that's how they commemorate this. And this, you see this throughout the city on a lot of places. It's not to say that every Serbian in the city thinks this, of course. There are people there's activism and people who are opposing this, sometimes by crossing out these signs and putting peace, not war, or other things, but it's very hard. So in the city of Banja Luka, because of these two different ethnicities and different war narratives, actually, you see these memoryscapes that are coexisting in a way, but are very, very different and clashing. So this relation between cultural net and memoryscapes raises to me questions of representation, but also showcases the instrumentalization of heritage. And that's what I wanted to conclude my presentation with. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Colleen, for a very precise and wonderful presentation. From now on, I'd like to invite two renowned experts for discussion. I hope this could be a very interesting intergeneration dialogue, although age doesn't matter yet. That's important. I always think that I'm always 20, but anyway, it's a really great opportunity for us to listen to the experts who have more than, I believe, 50 years of experience in this field. Let me introduce Dr. Jeong Kim, Professor Emeritus of Université Catholique de Louvain and former Secretary General of the ICOMOS, and Dr. Francesco Bandarin, Special Advisor of Director General of ICROM and former Assistant Director General of UNESCO for Culture.
I have a question for Hwayong. Okay, because I was looking at your presentation with great interest because you're using very young, modern material, and I think you're doing a good service to heritage. But I found a bit surprising that there was no message linked to what we're discussing now, preservation. It was just a kind of postcard kind of thing. Will it be possible to include some messages in your YouTubes?
In my opinion, I think the new media platform is the best way to promote the world heritage. Sometimes it's the best advantage way, sometimes to talking the way. The new media platform is just a playground. And we are talking about the heritage or transmission or subscriber between subscriber and the YouTuber. So I want to emphasize in the media platform is just the best way to induce public's attention.
What I'm asking whether this could be not really complex, but a little bit enriched with some addition, like okay, you're visiting a site. It's not just a visual site, but has some problems.
Okay.
I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, just because I find it a bit flat the way you presented it. I mean, it's the old guy speaking.
Yeah. It depends on my subscribers. So, especially some of subscribers prefer very the flat story. Some subscribers request me very high class, the intelligent. So I was to focus on the middle side. So if I someone's have more and more interest, more high class, or the more critical message, I'm gonna make a video like that. Everything depends on the subscribers because I have to follow. This is a rule of the YouTube. Thank you.
The three presentations were really interesting. I can see you all are PhD students, so very high level. You've done your work, your homework. But I think you're working on very complicated terrain. It's not an easy thing, and I think you're a bit so you were not really looking at the full picture, because most of you looked at the thing of heritage in war, heritage in conflict, ongoing or past, through the lens of identity. It seems like the word I use more, identity. It's, of course, it's very important. Heritage is linked to identity since the beginning, since the very beginning. At the same time, we have to realize that identity is a double-edged sword, as you show very clearly. It could be something that creates a cultural, cohesion, maybe a new sense of community. At the same time, it can be used for the construction of very dangerous and sometimes lethal political movements and so on. So I was asking myself how much you have incorporated this risk, into your analysis. First thing. The second thing is that heritage is a social construct. Something that, as we know, because we've been taught especially by Lowenthal, that it's completely different from history. It has to be made very clear from the beginning, and it wasn't very clear in your presentation. So somehow you were putting together the two things: heritage as history. Heritage is not history. Heritage is a social construct. History is also a social construct, but at least has a different objective. And we have to use this and control this relationship very carefully, because it could again bring to very difficult and misleading paths. Right? So these are two recommendations for for future things. But I think I'd like to get your reactions on these 2 points.
Thank you very much for those insightful recommendations and comments. I think I'll start with the second one about heritage and history. So I guess for interpretation, the point with my particular presentation was to show how the way history is told sometimes reflects on the memory scapes and on the heritage scapes. Sometimes it is because of the history, whether oral or written, that people then select from this past and decide to memorialize or make a heritage out of. And so there's always that sort of connection or interconnection between heritage and history almost at every level. And so I was trying to show that for proper heritage interpretation, we need to address historical accuracy, or even the presence of other kinds of histories that are not necessarily then reflected on the heritage scapes. And then the first point about risk in heritage conflict research, I mean, that is well taken. That has always been something that I ponder upon, because like you said, heritage can be weaponized, history can be weaponized, as well as identity. And we see that even the legacies of the Biafra War are currently being weaponized by different parochial groups in Nigeria. And so as a researcher, I am always faced with the challenge of knowing how to even navigate the sites, how to access certain narratives and all of that. So yeah, I try to grapple with that every day. Thank you.
Thank you for the recommendations first. For the question of risk of identities as a double-edged sword, it's a very valid consideration, especially, again, like you mentioned, identities are a social construct. Also, it's a fluid concept, which in times of conflict gets even more complex and layered. But I think, having said that international law by itself is an imperialistic process that we find ourselves in, it's the one that we have. So how best can we leverage that in the middle of a conflict, and the tools available for that, for protecting heritage also in that scenario, kind of move more towards the ideas of identity over people. So yes, it's a double-edged sword, but it's amongst the tools that are available for protection. And in the middle of a conflict, I feel like the humanitarian aspect of the situation somehow takes precedence. Maybe in hindsight, it would be a good exercise to actually sit down and deal with the different layers of identities that come through. But if humanitarian law and human rights law kind of have to take precedence, then we look at the tools that are best available, I think. And yes, heritage and history is absolutely a social construct. And again, in times of an ongoing conflict, this social construct is created and recreated over and over again. So every time you take a step, you're making a choice. You make the choice best with the information that you have at hand, knowing well that you might not have the full information at hand. Thank you.
Yes, and I think, as you said, the city of Banja Luka really showcases this double-edged sword of identity and how heritage can be instrumentalized and mobilized by politics for different goals that are very, maybe far from historical accuracy. And especially with the construction of these memoryscapes, you see how identity is constructed, but also reinforced, especially because they are so close together. The one enhances the other, and this is kind of a process that goes back and forth, and in this way, this identity is being built and constructed really, and made visible in the space of a city, I would say.
Thank you all for kind intervention, and let me invite Jean-Louis for his comments.
First of all, thank you, Jihon, for giving us the opportunity to listen to young people. I am participating in so many seminars, feeling like a veteran. And I'm happy to see that you have young people and bright people ready to take over. We know it. We need it. Thank you. I will not have a dialogue, just I have 4 general remarks and 1 point for each of the speakers. The 4 general remarks is that I see there are common concerns. All of you stress the importance of people and the community relation to the heritage. That means the tangible dimension and the necessity to highlight the significance of the place. This is a common point. Second point, you all have the ideal of peace building. You are, to speak the language of Ambassador Vera, never again and not revenge. And you are looking for a way of dialogue, inclusive presentation, and going forward. This second point. My third point is that you do not address only World Heritage sites. There are a majority of sites where there are the testimony of human rights abuse that need to be addressed and memorialized, and not only World Heritage. You all address, we have a broader approach. And fourth point, which is a surprise, I thought that some of you would mention the artistic intervention, which is very, very much in mind of the young people. I believe that in many cases, artistic intervention is a very strong way to remind what did happen and to look to have a global social approach to the events. Now, a quick remark for each of you. I like very much the presentation of our YouTuber. This is no wonder, because the young people are have a good command of new technology. You were giving some practical, attractive examples of the orientations given by Professor Gordon this morning. I really believe that this is the way, when we speak about future generations, we wait for you to develop that kind of tool. However, I am afraid TikTok is very limited. It's very effective. It is interactive, but how are you going to stick to the facts? How are you going to deal with the reaction of the people that could be excessive or controversial? So I like it very much, but we have to be careful on the way it will be implemented. Concerning Nigeria, our friend Stanley, you give an example of a civil war. That means that this is not only international issue, but also at the level of a country. Same thing in Bosnia-Herzegovina. You are also stressing the importance of transmission. and the example of your museum, where you don't have the same content at the national level and the regional level. By the way, we should establish a link with the sister organization of ICOMOS, which is ICOM. The people of museum are really dealing with that issue. How do we present things in the museum? They are very much involved in the issue of presentation interpretation, and we have to talk together because we should try to find the same some response to it. You are also stressing the issue of national minorities and cultural minority, which is an indigenous people, which is a problem in many, many countries. And you are fortunate in Nigeria that you can have a different museum at the local level. I am afraid it would not be the same in many other countries. A point concerning Anisha. You are right to stress the importance of international law. We must, fortunately, have been so advanced. You did mention the Rome Statutes. There is also the Security Council Declaration of the United Nations declaring that destroying intentionally monuments is a war crime. So we are processing, but it is very complicated to implement those international law. I just give two examples. When you speak about place-based, which is cultural properties, according to the 1970 World Heritage Convention, then I could speak a long time. I am afraid it will really be difficult to come to a decision on the committee because the committee is under the command of the governments. And so we have seen this morning, for the open-ended working committee, they decided not to invite the advisory body, not even the secretariat of the convention, which is the World Heritage Center. That means the intergovernmental body want to take its own decision, and they believe they have their own national experts, which is really contrary to the whole procedure. So how can you change it? Because the decision belongs to them. Same thing about the intangible dimension. We know that, for instance, even in Europe, there is a European Convention from the Council of Europe for the protection of minorities, but it has to be adopted by the governments. And some governments just don't want to adopt it because they don't want to be under the obligation of the conventions according to the minorities. So we come to the very complicated situation of intergovernmental bodies. And this is where I believe the insistence given to civil societies, NGOs, activists should be open. I really believe that in the field of natural conservation, with World Wartime, Greenpeace, and so on, they are much more powerful than we are in the field of heritage. And we need that kind of pressure. We need also some, not only as a lobby, but also bringing solution to it. And later on, we will be listening to, for instance, the Coalition of Sites of Conscience. We should try to implement the alternative programs that would be much more at a distance from the government and allowing for flexible new methodology to bring people to talk together and to look for reconciliation. And finally, for Bosnia-Herzegovina, also the case of civil war. Which is amazing is that the 1974 sign of the Hague Convention that was meant to protect the building became the target in the war. This is terrible. But the positive point is that the mosque being rebuilt and reopened, as such, the mosque is a kind of memorial, which is one way to go forward. But the problem remains how to mitigate the tensions in the city, as you mentioned. This is only one step. We have to go further. And once again, I come beyond the World Heritage Convention, which is an intergovernmental body with many advantages, but also with many disadvantages. We should look for alternative activities. You could be on the World Heritage site or not, but you need some methodology to bring people to talk together, to have an inclusive presentation in the objective of peace building. In a very few time, that was my reaction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean-Louis, for your kind comments. Yeah, I believe they're going to be very helpful for our speakers today. Well, as you can see on the screen, we have several young students who submitted the abstract as the audience today online. And I just want to receive some questions from them if they have. Let me accommodate several questions.
My name is Ivana Mirkovic. I'm PhD student at IMT Lucca in Italy, and I come from Bosnia and Herzegovina. As an archaeologist from Bosnia and Herzegovina, thinking a lot about heritage and how to live in this post-war phase. And as a person born in 95 after the war, I see it's very positive to speak about what we managed to rebuild after the war. But very critical part, and I've almost fall off this chair again, is that in a seminar that is dedicated to future generation thoughts, we still have a presentation of only one narrative from the war. It is mosque, it is insert part, but it is still just supporting only one narrative of the war. And I can understand that, but when you are from Bosnia and Herzegovina, when you are trying to find some solutions inside and really working on that, and really felt that generational trauma after the war, and you were not there, but you have to live with it, it's a bit heavy to still see that we are presenting only one side of narrative. And I think because of that, we cannot build some new directions inside. That's why thank you very much for working on Bosnia, but we really need to be more careful and need to include also other cases. And if I'm working on it, I hope in 2 years I will be even much more able to act in this field. But if you can choose for the next seminars or so important presentations like this, please include also what was in SIR part, what was in Massim part, in Grad part. So please always try to speak of all of three, let's say, pains and traumas, because it's not just cultural heritage, it's physical, it's in people. So, and it's very fresh still, you know, so that's why it's still sensitive. And thank you for speaking about Bosnia, but being from there, it's a bit difficult to still just listen only one narrative, and you really want to change and to make the country better. So thank you. That was just my little opinion.
Thank you very much for sharing your comments. I think that's very important points to have very, different narratives together.
Hi there, I'm Jennifer McHugh, also recent PhD student at University of Southampton. And I was thinking about, well, actually it was in relation to the poster that I presented. I had looked at a project around interpretation, and it's called Back Up Ukraine. And it's a digitization and cloud storage project that started last year with the collaboration of a group called Polycam. They're 3D imaging designers, and they've gathered the support of UNESCO and Blue Shield Denmark for a documentation and preservation of cultural heritage project that uses this 3D imaging, and it's accessible for anybody that has a mobile phone, like a smartphone. And they're asking people in Ukraine specifically with their tagline, which is capture, which is take a photograph, tag, put your tag on it, and publish. So you publish it up to their online platform. And this goes on into a cloud storage that's backed up through part of the European Commission commitment to a creative cloud storage environment. And what I was thinking about as we were talking before, when Gerhard made a comment about collective memory being will be more and more shaped by AI. And then just after these presentations now, Francesco and Jean-Louis, to an extent, said, how can we then be re-engaging back into the way that we're using social media, AI, and online platforms now? So in this case, I'm just kind of wondering, so in the meantime, as you look at the project, you can see that people are taking photographs, uploading them, they get tagged to their geographic location in Ukraine. And it started out as with this 3D imaging with Polycam as these experts that take images of monuments that were heritage at risk. But more increasingly, you're seeing people's very personal objects being photographed. And so you'll see like a minion or someone's cat or daddy. And so in a way that it's neutral, like it's just the way that they've tagged them. But then where do we start to interrogate that for, as you say, like a more probing, engaged way of talking about cultural heritage. And so these are just some things that I've noticed as well. And if anybody had some thoughts or maybe later tonight. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for kind cooperation. So this is the end of this session too. Once again, thank you very much for your kind participation.
Okay, so welcome everyone. This is the session 3. It's about stakeholders. I would propose to go straight to 3 presentations. 3 presentations of 15 minutes, and then we have half an hour for to have a discussion. And our suggestion is to quite quickly open the questions up to the public. I would like to invite Mr. Jan van Wachtendonk to the stage. Mr. Jan van Wachtendonk is the president of the foundation of the Japanese honorary debts.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've already been announced that my name is Jan van Wachtendonk and that I'm president of the foundation of Japanese honorary debts. Professor Dong-Joon asked me to share my experience with the heritage interpretation and presentation for the future generations. This is exactly an area where the foundations is very active in. The objective of the foundation is to look after the interests of the Dutch victims of war crimes perpetrated by the Japanese government during Second World War in Dutch East Indies. The Dutch were kept inside and outside concentration camps in Dutch East Indies and other territories under control of the Japanese government. Most of them survived due to atomic bombs. However, they still feel the physical and mental terror as of today. They suffered material and immaterial. They lost everything as the Jews lost in Europe. As president, I'm involved in pursuing the present Japanese government to omit their moral responsibilities for the war crimes committed, but ignored by them in their educational system and their historic memories. Wartime heritage interpretation and presentation for the future is therefore an essential part of the longer-term activities of the foundation. The UNESCO, in their program Protecting the World's Culture and Natural Heritage, is important for the foundation. In 2015, during a conference in Bonn, in Germany, I advocated strongly to remember and rectify Japan's wrongdoing during World War II. During the conference, Japan's application to enlist as a World Heritage Property sites of Japan's Meiji Industrial Revolution, iron and steel, shipbuilding and coal mining was discussed. On behalf of the many Dutch prisoners of war employed by the companies on the site, they stayed in the concentration camps as workers, better word slaves for these companies. In the application to become an outstanding universal value, the war history of the site was deliberately ignored. I objected to this application as inappropriate and of very bad taste. My objections were, however, not heard. UNESCO insisted that an understanding of full history of each property was to be presented at the site. And that was it. The government of Japan accepted in 2015 the United Nations UNESCO World Heritage Committee decision that the outstanding universal value of the property had been evaluated and had been inscribed on the World Heritage List. Japan welcomed the decision and responded sincerely to develop an interpretive strategy which allows an understanding of the full history of each site. More specifically, was prepared to take measures that allow an understanding that there were a large number of Koreans and others who were brought against their will and forced to work under harsh conditions in the 1940s at some of the sites, and that during World War II. The government of Japan also implemented its policy of requisition, in other words, forced labor. That was in 2015 in Bonn. Of the 4,385 Dutch POWs employed in Japan, 695 were victims of forced labor at the site. Many died, and those who survived were disabled and suffered from memories and fear. In 2021, I pointed out to the chairman of the 44th session of World Heritage Committee of UNESCO that I, on behalf of the Dutch POWs, had objected in 2015 to the nomination of the Meiji Industrial Revolution sites as to be inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List. At the same time, I wrote the Japanese Prime Minister, His Excellency Yoshihide Suga, in a strong letter that the Japanese government was ignoring its sincere promises to develop an interpretive strategy to allow an understanding of the full history of each site. The Japanese ambassador in The Hague responded to the letter that it was all to do with what is the meaning of an understanding of the full history of each site. It was and is still clear that the Japanese political institutions trying to whitewash the World War II history by ignoring their full history of each site on the heritage list. The UNESCO committee expressed its concern that the so-called interpretive strategy for presentation of the property is concentrated at the Industrial Heritage Information Center in Tokyo, far away from the site in Nagasaki. The UNESCO committee requested immediate information improvements at the site, in particular on the issue of forced labor of the Koreans and others and the implementation of the requisition policy of 1944, forced labor. The purpose of remembering the victims is still non-existent. It falls short in acknowledging best international practice. The exhibition at the Information Center in Tokyo as a measure to remember the victims fails. Instead, it attempts to distort history by exclusively presenting selective testimonies from former Japanese residents who deny any discrimination or abuse at the sites. What does it mean in 2023? In particular, with the ongoing European war at hand. Reliable memories and interpretation of wartime heritage for future generation requires genuine truth and independent analysis. Political institutions such as UNESCO are suspect, as are they politically influenced and are dependent on their finances by major contributors, nations such as Japan. The United Nations is no longer a member. However, the UNESCO directors maintain their utmost commitment to adhere to the outstanding universal value principles, including best international practices for interpretation strategies on the interpretation of the full history of the properties, both during and outside the period in considering in its outstanding universal value. It means that not only that UNESCO ambassadors need to control UNESCO's commitment to its principle, but also that UNESCO should not hesitate to delist the outstanding universal property from World Heritage list if the outstanding universal value property fails its commitment to dissolve the full history. To that aspect, organizations like the Foundation of Japanese Debt have a duty to fulfill. And I thank Professor Dong-Joon for giving me the opportunity to present our commitment and to tell our sad story. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jan, for sharing your story with us. Elizabeth Silks is the Executive Director of the International Coalitions of Sites of Conscience. She was also co-organizer of the same conference, but last year in New York. Elizabeth, thank you for being here with us today again. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Maaike. Thank you for having me. It is a great pleasure to be with you today. We are gathering at a moment when anti-Semitism, racism, anti-Asian and LGBT plus violence are surging globally. Book bans and censorship are on the rise, as are laws restricting the teaching of full histories of conflicts, oppression, and atrocities. Hate crimes that include mass shootings at mosques and synagogues and desecration of Jewish cemeteries and Holocaust memorials have risen to record levels over the past 5 years. The European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights reports a record surge in Holocaust trivialization, anti-Semitic myths, and conspiracy theories in public spaces across Europe. And in 2022, anti-LGBT plus violence hit a decade high across Europe and Central Asia. The reality is these numbers capture only a fraction of the actual occurrences, as we're also experiencing entrenched underreporting and undercollection of hate crimes by official agencies. In the US, more than a third of police departments simply didn't submit hate crime numbers to the FBI's reporting system in 2021. These incidents are fueled not only by violent extremists, but by populist leaders, celebrities, and others in positions of power who promote conspiracy theories and spread hate online and in person. And they are increasingly accompanied by local, state, and national policies that facilitate the repression and silencing of religious and ethnic minorities and other marginalized communities. In considering at this fraught moment, new approaches to engage visitors at museums and heritage sites in narratives of conflict, intersectionality can be a particularly effective framework, both intersectionality of identity and intersectionality of oppression. This approach exposes mass violence as both resulting from and serving intersecting systems of domination, just as the Nazis borrowed from Jim Crow laws in the US to design the laws that isolated Jews in order to eradicate the Jewish people, and also Roma and Sinti, Black, LGBT+, Slavic people, people with disabilities, and other religious minorities. In sharing narratives of conflict and trauma, we have the opportunity to present events in a way that allows visitors to see themselves in these stories, to identify individual and collective paths to prevent recurrence, and to engage in actions that reflect and draw on our shared humanity. So how can we best identify and begin to correct intersecting systems of exclusion and oppression? I've included the quote on this slide because it was written almost a decade ago as part of a journal article advocating for an intersectional lens in the design of the Canadian Museum for Human Rights. I'll also note that only weeks ago, I was among a small group of museum professionals invited to share recommendations with White House representatives on countering anti-Semitism. I emphasize the importance of centering a multiplicity of perspectives, of forging community partnerships that highlight the ways anti-Semitism is intertwined with other forms of hate, including racism, Islamophobia, and homophobia. I appeared to be in the distinct minority as others weighed in, including one participant representing multiple Jewish museums who said she didn't want to see anti-Semitism as one of the list that includes racism and Islamophobia. This comment is a very good place to start as we consider why the lessons of the Holocaust do not seem to be sufficiently resonating when conspiracy theories, hate speech, and Holocaust denialism are ascendant. Sites of conscience are actively fostering new levels of engagement by sharing individual and specific group experiences while also making visible the larger interconnected power structures that seed systemic injustice. The International Coalition of Sites of Conscience is a global network of more than 350 museums, historic sites, archives, and memory initiatives that connect past struggles with today's movements for human rights and social justice. Sites of Conscience start from the premise that the best safeguard against human rights abuses is an active and engaged civil society, equipped with lessons learned from the past and the tools to stop violations today. Sites of Conscience are united in a global effort to preserve memory, promote truth, and pursue justice, actively countering disinformation as well as larger efforts to rewrite histories of atrocity, systemic oppression, and colonial domination. They amplify marginalized voices and counter the static, simplistic narratives that feed exclusion and erasure. With these priorities guiding our work, Sites of Conscience develop powerful programs that allow communities from North America and Europe to Latin America and Africa, Asia, and the Middle East to begin to see that not only are they facing shared struggles today, but those struggles have deep, unacknowledged roots in past systemic injustice. And by exploring those roots, we can identify opportunities to advocate for more just, equitable societies today. Sites of Conscience focusing on the Holocaust have long been innovative in their approach. When you have a moment, I encourage you to access the recordings of the first seminar in the series we're gathered here to continue. The first was held, as was noted earlier today, last summer in New York, and it focused on youth engagement in World War II histories. Program examples were shared from Casa de Povo in Brazil, Manzanar Historic Site in the US, Colonia Dignidad in Chile, and Montesola Peace School Foundation in Italy, among others. Today, I'd like to highlight new exhibits at sites, as well as several global initiatives that draw on intersectionality. Memoriam Nuremberg Trials in Germany, the Information and Documentation Center in the courthouse where the Nazi trials took place, examines the ways the Nuremberg trials shaped German and international legal practices. Their current exhibit highlights examples of far-right terroristic violence at the local, regional, and international levels, lifting up connections to contemporary anti-Semitism, racism, misogyny, and xenophobia. Among other goals, the exhibit is designed to equip youth to recognize extremism and to explore the roles of authority figures, the media, and civil society in either perpetuating or preventing contemporary forms of extremism. In the US, the Idaho Anne Frank Human Rights Memorial at the Wasmuth Center for Human Rights shares the story of Anne Frank to encourage visitors to reflect, engage in dialogue, and act to protect human rights today. The photo at the bottom right of this slide shows vandalism to the site in 2020 when swastika stickers were placed throughout the memorial. When the community heard about the vandalism, they rallied around the center, contributing significant new funds for programming that includes The Spiral of Injustice, a graphic representation of how injustice devolves from language to discrimination, violence, and extermination. It's a tool used for Holocaust education, as well as to oppose the marginalization of any group within the fabric of a community. This year, the center launched the Faces of Idaho display, highlighting a broad spectrum of Idaho residents with the tagline, "Seeing me is not knowing me." Visitors reflect on the value of diversity and the importance of taking action to confront injustice. On the right, we see Wing Luke Museum in Seattle, where exhibits highlight parallels between the historic stigmatization of Japanese Americans and modern-day anti-Muslim, anti-Indigenous, anti-Black, and anti-immigrant policies. Their current resistance exhibit aims to counter the commonly told but incomplete story of the mass incarceration of Japanese American families in the 1940s, sharing experiences of incarcerees and their complicated feelings of shame, anger, fear, and resistance. The story spotlights the awakening of survivors and their descendants to others being persecuted as Japanese Americans engage in modern BIPOC justice movements. Visitors to Wing Luke are invited to reflect on injustices that transcend space and time, and they leave the museum with a final prompt to consider the question, in the pursuit of justice, how will you show solidarity for movements today and into the future? Beyond supporting individual sites, we develop and make widely accessible tools that foster innovative practice for all. We see the imperative to involve all members of the museum community in the process of questioning narratives, developing new understandings of the complexities of the past and the role each of us has in the othering that underlies mass violations as well as resilience. Our Correcting the Record exhibit initiative is designed to support this process by equipping sites with the knowledge, skills, and tools to recalibrate their operations, exhibits, partnerships, and practices to amplify marginalized voices and promote more inclusive narratives. The initiative was piloted with 6 sites over the past 2 years: the Museum of Memory and Human Rights in Chile, the Women's Institute for Alternative Development in Trinidad and Tobago, Women's Rights Initiative in Uganda, the Intercontinental Slavery Museum in Mauritius, the National Museum of Human Rights in Taiwan, and the Sao Paulo Immigration Museum in Brazil. The Correcting the Record toolkit was developed from these sites' experiences and is available now to institutions wishing to start from within to foster deeper understandings of our shared past in order to counter discrimination, hatred, and violence today. As part of our work with post-conflict communities in Colombia, we've developed tools for collecting and sharing the stories of survivors of conflict, with a special focus on rural, often excluded communities of survivors. These guides to oral history collection and podcast production support local organizations in the collection of stories that had previously been silenced. The podcast toolkit was developed as a collaborative effort during the production of Historias en Común, Stories in Common, a podcast series in which individuals shared varied experiences of conflict and resilience. We've just hosted a capacity building session for all sites of conscience interested in using the toolkit to launch their own podcast series to share stories of conflict, of survival, and most of all, our shared humanity. Finally, I'd like to highlight how sites of conscience are using video. In this case, highlighting hate speech and discrimination against people who have been forcibly displaced by war. Last year, we co-hosted, along with Hrant Dink Foundation in Turkey, 5 capacity building workshops to support sites to engage youth in the MENA region to combat hate speech. Building on these workshops, we collaborated with 3 of our MENA members, Act for the Disappeared in Lebanon, Syrian Network for Human Rights in Syria, and Gusur in Yemen to develop a social media campaign. The campaign centers the voices of 6 refugees from different backgrounds who co-created the campaign and will engage in advocacy efforts to position youth and civil society organizations to recognize the roots of hate speech, promote pluralistic public narratives, and advance the rights of forcibly displaced people. I'll share with you today a preview of one of the 6 videos produced. The full campaign will be launched publicly on June 20th, World Refugee Day. What you're about to see is Ayat's story. Ayat was forced by war to leave Syria as a 12-year-old and seek refuge in Lebanon. From her arrival in Lebanon, she faced hateful comments from children her age because of her Syrian accent. She remembers always crying as a child because she didn't understand the way she was being treated. Eventually, she began speaking in the Lebanese dialect in order to fit in. Ayat hopes this campaign and her video will change the public perception of refugees by showing that her life is just like everyone else's. So I'll let Ayat's words now close my remarks.
نحن جينا على لبنان بسنة 2011. حالياً عمري 24 سنة. جيت وقتها أنا وماما وأختي صغيرة. كتير صعبة، بدك تفتشي على بيت وين بدك تقعدي. بداية لجأنا لناس نحن بنعرفهم هون، معرفة سابقة قعدنا عندهم. بعدين صار بدنا نفتش، بدنا نتعلم، بدنا نشتغل. بلشت شغل من أنا وصغيرة، اشتغلت بسوبر ماركت، وماما بوقتها ما كان فيها تشتغل، ماما مريضة. صرت أنا أدفع أجار البيت، وبنفس الوقت سجلت بالمدرسة. بلشت معي بالمدرسة، أقعد ورا، أوقات بيبعدوا عني الطلاب. كفيت أكيد علمي، ما تركت المدرسة. درست نيرسينج وهلأ حالياً بشتغل. أنا بلشت كاشير، شوي شوي أتعلم بالمانجمنت تيم كأدمن. رجعت بعد فترة اللي هي هلأ حالياً أنا بشتغل سوبرفايزر فيها. كان في كتير ناس مقدمين السيفي لإلهم وبدهم يشتغلوا، إنه في كتير اتضايقوا إنه ليش هي بدها تكون موجودة وليش هي بده ينعمل أبروف لإلها للسيفي، ونحن لأ، بما إنه إلنا الأولوية بالشغل. وأنا شخص متعلم، يعني أنا لأ بستاهل هذا الشيء. لما صرت أحكي اللكنة صار في يتقبلوني أكتر، أو ما يعرفوني إنه أنا من سوريا. بعد وقت طويل صرت حس حالي لأ، إنه شخص عنصر بالمجتمع، عنصر فعال، انخرطت فيهم، تأقلمت معهم، عشت معهم، ربيت بيناتهم.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. I would like to go to Jihon Kim. Jihon Kim was professor at Kader House, but recently moved to a professorship in the University of Antwerp for Built Heritage. Jihon, I give you the floor. Welcome.
Thank you, Maaike. It's very nice to see you and other colleagues, and thank you for the invitation. Today, I'm going to present a case from the First World War a century ago, and I hope that this would be a presentation from back into the future today. Mostly post-war reconstruction studies focus after the Second World War, 1944, but what I'm going to present today is from 1915. And it's a period when post-war reconstruction is not on debate as it was after the Second World War. In the meanwhile, the scholarship on this topic has advanced, starting as far as I can find from 1942 in the United States, a document focusing on post-war planning and activities of the federal government, into war and cultural heritage biographies of place, ICOMOS and ICROM joint publication on analysis of case studies on recovery and reconstruction and alternative ways to see post-war reconstruction topics. We also know that in the recent years, UNESCO and the World Bank has came up with a framework called the CURE, the city reconstruction and recovery process under the culture domain. It has identified several principles which I'm hoping to compare with Jean-Laurent Hasse's point of view. The first principle is acknowledging the city as a cultural construct. We have heard this from Francesco Bandarin today. The second principle is starting the reconciliation process with the reconstruction of cultural landmarks. The third is fostering cultural expressions to offer appropriate ways to deal with post-crisis trauma and reconciled affected communities. We will see that in Hasse's document, some of these ideas will pop up, but some others will be missing. The fourth principle is prioritizing culture in early planning processes, engaging communities, using finance models, and ensuring effective management models. The principles that you see on the right-hand side will be familiar to us shortly. When we also look at how the CURE framework is implemented, there are 4 steps. First is the damage assessment and scoping. The second one is the policy and strategy development. The third one is financing. And fourth one is the implementation. All these frameworks are developed under the disaster recovery framework, and they are compatible with our current needs, as this document is the latest updated framework that we have produced concerning post-war reconstruction. Coming to Antwerp, I'd like to provide a narrative from within, a perspective from First World War, written in 1915 by Jean-Laurent Hasse, whom you can see sitting in the center in this image. He represented an expert group focused on assessing the damage of First World War in a regionalized committee. What makes Hasse special for our purposes is that together with this committee, they worked on identifying the damage that occurred in 1914 in Antwerp, and they mapped this damage, as you can see on the screen. However, Jean-Laurent Hasse represents the civil society. He has not worked on public buildings. His entire architectural endeavor focused on residential buildings, especially on industrial world exhibitions, designing the expos, creating factories. And I should also mention that he was a Freemason himself, received the title Grand Maître in Belgium, but also several other recognitions, knightships all around the world. I brought him into your attention because he has written this publication, The Restoration of War Damage in 1915. And this document starts with a quote saying that all Belgians are equal before the law. And I value this phrase so much because he immediately brought the human rights aspect into the debate, and all his words following this sits on this statement. He puts people and the equity at the center from the first sentence onwards. What does Hasse try to do with this publication? He asks 4 main questions. The first is how the reconstruction of destroyed houses should be done. And the second is how the destroyed houses can be restored, either private dwellings, public buildings, or utility or industrial buildings. But I should mention that he has not brought up religious buildings as a specific category. He places them in public buildings, I assume. The third question he asks is by whom the reconstruction of the country destroyed by war should be done? Who are the human resources for this purpose? And the fourth question is how will we pay the cost of the reconstruction for Belgium? In these 4 questions, the issue concerning historical, archaeological, and artistic character buildings that are heritage value are implicitly mentioned, but I'll try to highlight as much as I can. In his words, he uses a phrase, do it good and do it quickly. This phrase is kind of familiar to us. I will come to it in a minute, but with this phrase, he wants to focus on expropriations that are necessary, the juristical roles and export roles that needs to be played, the active legislation that is necessary, and with that, widening of roads, rectifications that needs to be done in public domain, and also the dealing with repair requests that are emerging in that period. And do good and do quickly is quite similar to build back better, a phrase of UNDRR. And the use of recovery, rehabilitation, and reconstruction phases after a disaster or war damage to increase the resilience of nations and communities through integrating disaster risk reduction measures into restoration of physical infrastructure and societal systems, and into revitalization of livelihoods, economies, and the environment. And the latest up-to-date document prepared by ICOMOS and ICROM focuses on social justice, continuous response, ownership of outcomes, resources, sustainability, and authenticity versus resilience. Under these keywords, how did people following the First World War reacted to restoration of damaged buildings? The ideas that Hasse has developed starts with a bill focusing on the compensation of damage caused by the war. And he stipulates that this should be effective 5 years and it should address different regions of the country. And it should set up administrative action centers and also constitute regions and communities. Committees. Composition of these committees should be done in a hierarchical manner, and expert members such as an architect, but also the owner of the building and the alderman should also be part of this committee. And he also identifies the conditions to be met by these people. Further to this, he also classifies the building requests and he divides them into 5. The first one focuses on buildings that are in close proximity to public buildings, but have no historical character, archaeological or artistic. But when we come to the 5th class, he makes a specific note for those buildings who have historical, archaeological and artistic character. In a while, we will see that he treats them differently. And in the 6th class, we see that industrial sites, factories are treated in a different manner. So he distinguishes the dwellings from buildings for utility purposes. And he also creates a hierarchy of committees at the national level, regional level, cantonal level, municipal level, but also at communal level. So this connects us with the stakeholder issue that we are discussing today. And these different stakeholders take decisions on dealing with authorization requests. According to his understanding, no building or construction whatsoever damaged or destroyed by acts of war may be repaired, modified, or rebuilt without authorization from the date of the promulgation of this law. And also, requests for authorization must in each municipality should accompany a certain documentation that will allow decision-making. He also identifies different levels of hierarchy of the committees. At the communal committee, the mandate of the committee is to verify the various points noted in the summary investigation that has been done by upper level committees, but the decision needs to be taken in 8 days. Whereas when the matter is the historical building, this process extends to 3 weeks so that formalities can be dealt. The municipal council, on the other hand, has different mandates and it has to announce the decision to the inhabitants and reflect the decision of the aldermen as well. This committee was responsible from making value assessment, and for this, criteria have been defined in order experts to take a better decision. The description of the site needs to be done. The value of the buildings before the destruction, if known, should be mentioned. The amount of compensation awarded should be taken into account, and the value of the land needs to be taken into account as well. And they also make a differentiation between the tenant's position versus the owner's position when requesting these permission. And the decision making is charted out through a very complex mechanism. We also know that the cooperative form established or suggested by these committees are or were an easy extension of the social capital, but at the same time it was a easy restriction of participation of undesirables. Please consider that this document is written 100 years ago. Therefore, we can be satisfied with our current understanding, putting people in a higher position, acknowledging inclusivity and diversity as well. Also, he follows in his words to say that exclude all those who are not professionals in the art of building, and only appeal to architects, contractors, and producers of building materials. With this, we diverge from Hasse by including diverse groups of society into this mechanism. But he also talks about evoking of memories. I quote, ruins litter the fields, roads, and streets. Teens corner tables in the towns and villages, which we would have always respected as they have remained so pretty in their artistic naivety, or so much they evoked memories in the history of man, have disappeared, swept away by shells or destroyed by fire. Of them, there remains only a legend, a portrait, for the stone and bricks being are also portrayed. In the reality, they are in a way what a dead person is in a house, something whose place is no longer there. For their owners, all the value of feeling and habit attached to them has disappeared. The material value of things can still be estimated, but home is no more. In the general spirit which dictated the essay of which these pages form part, the nation must indemnify the citizen affected by the war in his property. If she cannot return in its kind, for whatever reason, she returns it in money. Today in Antwerp, there is a memorial for World War I victims. And interestingly, this memorial belongs to the employees of Minerva automobile factory built by Jean-Laurent Hasse. And it reflects the past generations' understanding of interpretation. This memorial was built in 1920 following the First World War, and it still can be visited in a small street in Antwerp today. I wanted to share this image because we have gone so far in our interpretation techniques. We have heard today from many colleagues that digital technologies, different interpretation techniques are all around. But I wanted to voice 100 years ago written document by Jean-Laurent Hasse and his point of view looking at post-war reconstruction. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Yonja, for your presentation, and thank you for being the voice of Jean-Laurent Hasse and translate this entire work to us as an audience. I would like to go to our panelists. We have Shika Jain sitting in this row. Shika Jain is the Vice President of ECOMOS, and you are the rapporteur this year of the 45th session of the World Heritage Committee. Thank you for traveling all the way to Amsterdam. Thank you for being here. We also have Toki Laotan-Brown, co-founder and co-founder of the Foundation for the Preservation of Cultural Heritage in Nigeria. Toki, also to you, very many thanks for joining. With a shared starting point, we ended up with three very, very different narratives, like a palette of narratives. One is directly challenging the Heritage Convention. Elizabeth has presented various ways of how the sites of conscience represents alternative narratives through correcting the record and through the living archives. And then we have Yonja, who has presented very much built heritage and urban design perspective. So these are three very, very different means sort of serving the same goal. I think I would just like to invite Shika and Toki to mix up this palette with maybe additional experiences with stakeholders, and what is your experience and how do you collaborate with stakeholders rather than coming to one endpoint, maybe like diverting and really showing how many ways there are to address this.
Thank you, Maaike, for the introduction. And I would also like to thank the organizers for inviting me here today. So as Maaike has already said, that this is a very diverse palette of presentations, but I think in all these, the role of stakeholders somewhere is presented, and it also shows us the complexity of the stakeholders that we need to deal with in any such heritage sites or museums or the stories that are there. And just before I give my examples, I just wanted to comment briefly on the presentations. I think for the case of Japanese Meiji industrial sites, we actually begin our day with the keynote speaker, and whatever challenges were mentioned in this session were actually the way forward was sort of already indicated in our keynote speech. So there are already, ways of taking it forward with the more stakeholders' voices there. The case of reconstruction post-war, it's a very interesting example where we can see how the stakeholders at national, regional, local level were intended to be involved even in the reconstruction, besides the interpretation, which is the focus of our discussion today. And of course, I mean, the excellent example of the international sites of conscience that really shows the role of museums, exhibitions, which can actually carry the voices of multiple stakeholders, the multiple narratives. They have the capacity to communicate further. And it's not only, the inclusivity in involving the stakeholders whose stories are being told, but also the visitors who are experiencing these exhibitions and museums, because they themselves become stakeholders in carrying the message forward. So coming to my own experiences, because I'm also involved in designing various museums across India, besides in being involved in World Heritage sites, it's always challenging to look at multiple narratives, and you are actually talking about narratives that might be conflicting in themselves. So, there are 3-4 different narratives, and you have to present them all. And actually, as museums, exhibitions, or sites interpretation, of course, there's a toolkit that we also use, which is the message media matrix. So what are the messages and what is the media being used? So in that sense, the digital media further helps. But really looking at the message media and the community from all sections, you could, if you have a comprehensive matrix like that, it helps you to address all components in totality. There are, of course, challenges. We had one of our first museums that we designed was on a freedom fighter of India. And one of the challenges was looking at narratives from general public, but also from the family of the freedom fighter. And there were several family members. We had several meetings with them, but we realized that the family members themselves don't, have a single voice about the story. So it's within a family, if you can find such diverse views, you can imagine as the stakeholders extend to the larger community, how many narratives would be there. So in such a case, I think it's best to present all the narratives as factual ones which have been recorded, and really let the visitor decide on, his own what kind of narratives, should he carry on forward with. But as a museum or in an exhibition, I think multiple interpretations are necessary to communicate all kinds of voices. And lastly, just to add to the perspective, and especially for World War II, I think in case of India, from where I come, we were also a colonized nation like Australia. The case that Sue Hodges presented is very similar. But in this case, specifically World War I and World War II, which saw 1 million Indian sepoys under the British, and 2.5 million who in the World War II who fought for the British. So there are so many stories, because you're talking about these Indian warriors who were fighting for the British, and it was, if you really look at the stories that they have across India, it's this particular World War II that actually led to the self-realization for the Indian soldiers that why can't they fight for themselves, and they don't really need any rule. And that's how India gained its independence. So there are several stories which are still not recognized in context to my country, that one is, looking at mapping or taking it forward. So that's all from my end. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. It's been quite a day. I will start by saying this saying that we have in Africa, I am because we are, right? So that means we're all stakeholders to this discussion. And when we're talking about civil society, does it mean that civil society, from what perspective, right? So are we talking, because an academician is also part of civil society because they come from a community, right? And I will take myself as an example. I'm not a full academician. I don't like to think of that, but myself as that. But my maternal lineage is Benin. My paternal lineage is Lagos Island, Nigeria. So both places are in Nigeria. They're both ethnic communities in Nigeria that in the last election had a big tussle because somebody said Lagos is a no man's land and everybody just got upset. And I saw myself within that narrative trying to be objective, but I couldn't. Because why? Because I have a lineage to Lagos. And I also felt offended. Surprisingly, I am not doing the day-to-day experiences there, but I suddenly became offended. And I thought I needed to be part of that narrative. Why? Because there's a connection. There's a sense of belonging. So when you see people getting upset, they are finding that sense of belonging. They're being part of that narration. They're being part of that discussion. And all of a sudden, everybody has a perception of what something is. So when you're dealing with communities and you're coming with a perception, again, now I would throw myself on the opposite direction because now I am an outsider because I do not live in the community. I do not experience that day-to-day narrative that somebody in the community will be talking to me about. And then I find that, okay, suddenly I can become objective, right? Because I'm not living that day-to-day experience. And I find that the perception changes because of that role. And so you see loads of people evolving or changing perception with the different hats as stakeholders within the community. And so when conflict arises, you're surprised at the dynamics each individual takes because of that post-conflict, because of that war, and what comes out of that. And so that same person who could be objective because maybe now they're part of the state, you know, and they're taking that role as state party, suddenly doesn't feel that connection anymore because now they're connected to the job and not to what's going on. And so you see a lot of packaging. I call this packaging because I'm also looking at the memorialization of sites. When you're talking to state parties, they're part of the community, but because of the hats they're wearing, they have suddenly lost that sense of belonging or connection, and they act in a very stoic way that doesn't make any more sense, and it becomes political. And so now how do we deal with this changing, evolving, personal, communal, regional, ethnic dynamics that plays with stakeholders? And I think sometimes when we get so bogged down with, you know, with policy, we forget that we lose this whole narration with an individual, with communities of being communal. And we forget the role that civil society actually plays because we are civil society, regardless of the job we're doing or regardless of the hat we're wearing. We're all civil society. And we tend to go to that table forgetting that everybody on that table has that sense of belonging or connection to something. And so working with communities has been mind-boggling as well as life-changing. And you see a lot of these facets of, you know, passions and loss, trauma. And then you also see communities that actually do not want to address what has happened. They want to move on. And so when you come back and tell them, oh no, we want to build this whole, they're trying to forget. They want to move on. They want to be part of the international community. They do not want this imposed on them because they're trying to move on. And they're also married. Intermarriages are happening as well. And so when two communities have clashed, like I'm going to go to Rwanda now, that you have victims of what, you know, of the genocide, but we only hear of the Tutsis, of what happened to the Tutsis, but it happened to a full-on community of different tribes as well, 3 tribes that consist in that area. And you see that, okay, the reason for that conflict in the first place was because when colonization happened, the power to rule was given to a particular ethnic group. And now, if that hasn't been addressed, they're in power now. And now they're pushing this narrative of never again, but we're only hearing one story. We're not hearing the other stories. And I'm very worried about where we're going with this. And when we say it's only state parties that need to address this, I'm also worried because the youths coming from this in the future will not find this funny. And then they'll be asking questions. How do we want to answer those questions? And I think maybe that's what we need to be thinking about when we talk about memorialization. Is it commercial? Who are the audience? What are we packaging? Who's packaging? Who's fighting for this? Why is it political? Or why is all of this dynamic so important? And must we put it on a World Heritage list? These are my questions. Food for thought. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, all the panelists, for this very, very inspiring and interesting presentations. My name is Alana. I'm a PhD here at VU, and I work precisely with the participation of stakeholders in memorialization processes. And if I remember correctly, Ms. Silks was talking about how the Coalition of Sites of Conscience is trying to address the intersectionality of oppressions in your work. And we can also think about when we talk about memorials, about multi-directional memory, etc. And something I came to realize in my research is that there is a lot of resistance, actually, a lot at the local level, to make this kind of links between some specific events of kinds of oppressions, of kind of genocide. So it's very difficult to try sometimes to be more specific. For example, I study 2 cases of memorialization of the Holocaust. And at the national level, we could say that there's a pressure to use the Holocaust to talk about other genocides. But at the local level, there's a pressure to make this a unique event. And we are dealing with this kind of challenges all the time with the commemoration of every event, let's say. So I'm very much interested about your experiences dealing with this kind of challenges.
Sure. Thank you so much for that question. I would broaden the lens even more to say, first of all, I come from a place, and we at the Coalition of Sites of Conscience come from a place where most of all, we respect the local community's wishes and how they want to remember, and that remembering evolves over time. And it's also important to remember the generational trauma that happens and the skipping of generations in storytelling for particular traumas. When it comes to the Holocaust and connections to other atrocities, there remains, I would say, there remains a lot of hesitancy, as I experienced in my gathering with others, making recommendations on anti-Semitism in the US. There is a hesitancy to connect it. And I think what I would say to your comment, and what you're saying, I completely understand, and I've heard and experienced exactly what you're seeing from the Balkans to Rwanda to the Holocaust sites of memory to sites of police violence against men of color in the United States, to sites of torture and detention in Latin America. When we can make those connections, we can begin to at least lift up the root causes, and we will not be able to address any of these issues unless we're bold enough to look at root causes, to look at the legacies of colonialism, the legacies of the slave trade, and begin to really understand the systemic oppression that remains very present in societies today. So it's less about making the connection between the atrocities and the traumas, although I find that particularly helpful, but the communities decide what they want to do about that. It's more about taking the bold step of really digging into root causes and then starting to connect communities with one another because their experiences today have so much in common. And if we can start from those common experiences of exclusion, of racism, of othering today, then we can work backwards to the shared experiences, the shared histories of trauma.
I had one question for Elizabeth because she spoke about the toolkits, you know, how they form. So I just want her to elaborate on the toolkit because it will be interesting to know how to get stakeholders on board.
Yeah, so first of all, for us, the stakeholders both develop the toolkits and all the toolkits are available for stakeholders. So all of our work is based in practice. The programs are designed with our stakeholders. The toolkits are developed with them and for them. So all of the work that we do, our goal is to draw lessons learned, to draw best practice and share those best practices widely. So these toolkits are available on our website. You can download them. And also anyone who's interested in becoming a member and working with us, they're very welcome to reach out to, we have a global team. We're doing a lot of work, but it's a small team. We only have 27 staff members, but they're based all around the world. We work in every region and our goal is to connect our members to one another. So it's a mentoring, it really is a global network. It's not from the top. This is not a top-down effort. It is an effort of our members, museums, sites of memory around the world supporting one another. But it starts with going to the website and you can access those toolkits.
How do you come together? How do you bring the stakeholders together? Do you use, how much does offline presence still play a role? How much does the online aspect is impacting your reach? Do you put everything on social media? What kind of problems do you like? I'm actually really interested in these kind of things just to like close the day off in.
Sure. So we do a lot of work online. We do a lot of work on social media. We have to be very cautious in some regions and specific locations where we work about publicizing our work and putting our members at risk. But being able to use technology, being able to use virtual tools allows us to reach communities and sites that we would not otherwise be able to reach in terms of connecting them with others that can provide support. So even just knowing that you can connect with other members within your region, if you're working in a hostile environment, that's extremely powerful. And that allows these members working in difficult environments to really carry out innovative work. Our Middle East and North Africa region, for example, one of the tools that they have is an emergency response system. So if anyone at any of the sites is at risk, this system goes, everyone's alerted, and there's a process for reaching out and protecting that staff member. So that is at the level of an emergency with our members, but we do many of our workshops online, so virtual workshops. We have virtual peer-to-peer exchanges. We found our members feel that having a combination of in-person and online, so the campaign that's about to launch that Ayat was a part of, those were 5 virtual workshops. And in addition, we came together for 3 in-person exchanges. So those exchanges, it's the combination of in-person and virtual, but when it has to be all online, we can do that as well.
Hi, I'm Arjir, representing a collective called Eco-Society Studies. First, I would like to just share with you a project that we've been working on and then make the question, but pretty short. We've been working in a project in Kosovo, where I come from as well. It's the research of 15 buildings which experienced traumas before the war and during the war as well. Each of them is also connected to the stories of people. So it represents different memories, people experiencing in those buildings. The idea of making this exploration through the architecture level, it also brings different aspects of the, let's say, the historical aspect of the building, but also the collective memories, which are mainly, let's say, kept only within the individuals and not that much also well known to the public itself. The idea behind the whole research is to try to find ways of healing those spaces, bringing them back to the community. But what we also found out during the research, which we didn't mention that much today as well, is that we found so much inspiration during the time of reusing spaces on the oppression periods. So to give you an example is that during the 90s in Kosovo, the Albanian community were denied from any kind of rights, including going to the hospitals, going to education, working in any public institutions and so on. So in order for them to be able to live their everyday lives, they had to adjust, let's say, or make ways of keeping moving in a way that they would turn a house into a hospital. Then they would turn a house into a school. They would turn a house into an exhibition space, basements actually into exhibition spaces. So each of those individual buildings were turned into collective spaces that would be even today very inspiring stories to hear. But I just want to also emphasize one of the presentations today that said that the pressure to remember balanced with the option to forget. That's something very important, I think, for the whole stories that I'm telling now. But after the war in Kosovo, the whole idea was the tendency also for international organizations helping to reconstruct to build the whole countries were the tendency to forget. So we don't need to think about the future anymore. Let's think about, about the past anymore. We think about the future. So all the stories that we collected for the last 2 years were stories which I also didn't know, most of them, and I've been living there for most of my life. But you also don't see them anywhere in the city. So how do you deal with this in these kind of situations? The memorization was still giving the option to forget, or how do you come up with a healing system that works still to remember, but it doesn't cause the negative aspect to especially to the personal stories of people?
Maybe looking at the healing process as a way of getting people to culturally be sensitive to the stories that you're trying to tell, even though they want to forget. So it's more like an educational awareness process as opposed to maybe memorization. I don't know, but I'm thinking maybe using the part of education, because sometimes when we want to talk about trauma, you can use reverse psychology sort of, and then maybe look at it more from that educational as opposed to something that triggers trauma. That would be my thoughts on that.
Just very quickly, a lot of arts-based work is a good way to start. I think that there was a small photo in one of my slides of chairs, and that was painted chairs. That was from Act from the Disappeared in Lebanon, and families of the missing painted a chair for each of their loved ones. So if you're interested in exploring what that means as you walk past, if it's public art, you delve into it. If it's not something that you're ready for, interested in, you keep walking. So I think arts-based public exhibits, that's important. I think the idea of recapturing spaces of trauma or hate, there's a lot of that happening now, and turning them into, we transformed 1012 in Fort Worth, Texas, is a former KKK headquarters that's now been turned into an art center named after a Black butcher that was lynched in that town. So there's a lot of reclaiming of space. And it's about turning the space into something positive, and those who are ready and able and interested in exploring more deeply the traumatic histories, it's a starting place for the community to do that. So there are lots of ways to subtly, bring people together who are comfortable and ready to get started, but it's all about also recognizing that it's not a linear process. And we, for a long time, we really did talk about healing in our work, and we are rarely doing that now. It's really presumptuous, I think, to build healing into your programs and practices. That comes in its own time for each individual, but I think reconciliation and recognizing multiple truths, that's really important and that's really valuable. So that might be a place to get started too for you.
I just wanted to add that I think that, museums as a healing space is something that was promoted a lot during COVID time, and it did work as that. That's one of the, I think, ICOM message also. But I feel, when you're talking about healing, I think the very fact that you're talking to a stakeholder, hearing about their trauma or whatever story they have, that is one step towards healing, because at times they are not able to say, tell it properly, or so it's just getting that out of their system or listening to them. That is one step towards healing. But one needs to be sensitive that whether you need to tell that story to the people or in the museum or any exhibit, or it should just, you should just let it be with the person. Depending on, how, or the sensitivity of the story. So I think that's one aspect one needs to look at. It would definitely promote healing. In some cases, they would want it. And like Elizabeth said, as an art space, that's a way to vent out, whatever you have inside. But I think to some extent, healing is already inbuilt in the process when you're talking to stakeholders. Thank you.
I hear you saying listening is healing. So we need communities to tell the stories, but we also need communities to listen. I think we all agree in this room that the role of communities is really, really essential. And the question is, how do we change the system towards that thinking? And that is, I think, a very big challenge that we're not going to solve today. Right? And I think we should feel comfortable with the plurality of this sort of conclusion. Yeah, so with that, I would like to close this session of today, session 3.
Hello again, this is Jihon Kim again from Seoul National University. I cannot believe that today's event is going to end really. And let me briefly wrap up what we did today by inviting our rapporteur, Amy Wilson from OurWorldHeritage. Amy, would you like to take the podium over there? Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Today's discussions have shown that the recognition of sites of conflict and sites of memory is delicate and complex. These sites represent multiple narratives and interpersonal connections which are not always cohesive or adherent to legislation. Presentation of the past is integral to future education and development, and this is why the interpretation of heritage sites is so critical. As Francesco mentioned in our opening this morning, interpretation is not secondary. It should be one of the primary functions of heritage management, particularly in the context of war and conflict. Multiple narratives are key to memorializing and recognizing heritage sites. Yet how do we address past prejudices and traumas in interpretation? Focusing not just on golden ages, as Professor Berger's noted, but also looking at dark and difficult heritage too. Digital technology can be used as a tool to work through some of these contentions, considering inclusivity and diversity, telling untold stories, sharing memories, and giving a platform to marginalized voices. In today's seminar, our speakers highlighted the importance of civil society in the interpretation and presentation of heritage in each of the places looked at. And as values change, we can look to civil society for guidance, taking multiple subjective interpretations to look at a wider presentation. Session 2 speakers seem to point towards the future of heritage interpretation and presentation in the digital age, using platforms such as YouTube and Twitter to share information and to engage different audiences, notably young people in the case of Stanley's Centre for Memories that he talked about. Yet these methods are also not without their issues, as Elizabeth noted in session 3, highlighting the rise in prejudice and violence both online and in person. Nonetheless, Elizabeth also mentioned that the best safeguard against human rights abuses is an engaged civil society, and that's where our next steps lie. As Maaike had just finished, this is a big challenge that won't be solved today. It seems that there's much work left to do in the area, but hopefully today's conclusions can lead us in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy, for your wonderful summary. I hope this short summary was helpful for you to recall many interesting points of today. And thank you, Soyeon-jang, I think she's online, who is supporting the whole seminar from Seoul in spite of the very late time, it's midnight in Seoul. I must say that the results of the seminar will be shared on the website of OurWorldHeritage with a full summary report, videos, and photos. And later in early September, I'm joining the General Assembly of ICOMOS, especially the session of ICIP, where Sue is leading, to share the result of the event as well. And I hope, it could be very inspirational for the experts over there as well. So now let me invite Professor Gert-Jan Berger for his closing remarks on behalf of the host. Professor Berger, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you, Amy, actually, for giving this excellent overview. Actually, we didn't discuss this before, and I feared that I had to do a kind of rehearsal, but you did so. Thank you. Which leaves actually me to say only, well, I would like to steal the words of Toki, what a day. Actually, I like that expression very much. What a day. Yes, it was a very inspirational day, I think. And content-wise, many good ideas, many good overviews also. I think discussions also. I personally learned a lot. And well, I would like to conclude indeed to thank you all on behalf of Vrije Universiteit that I represent. And I also already told you that in various ways the university sustains what we're doing here. Actually, it's a university board. It's also the EU project Heriland that I am happy to coordinate. We do similar things, and it is all about training a new generation. And to a certain degree, I also think that this very much fitted that training program, actually. And I think that happenings like these, events like these, are meant also to train that new generation. And it's good to see that there are quite a lot of, representatives of this new generation. So just a couple of thanks. A couple of thanks to, first of all speakers and moderators for their inspiration. Secondly, especially also to the technical services of both Vrije Universiteit and Korea Seoul University, who worked in close harmony. At least that's the way it looked like. But I'm sure you did. I also would like to thank the two student assistants of VU University, that is Margot Bakkes and Lea Niederhaus. Yes, maybe applause. They were somewhere in the back. Then I come to the end of my thanks also. That is, of course, I would like to thank very much Maaike Goedkoop, who didn't show maybe, but she was really also a very important hand in the organization of this conference. Maaike, yes, also another applause. And last but not least, partner in crime, I would almost say, yes, Jihon Kim, who was the real, let's say, mind and brain behind this conference. And yes, thank you very much for making this possible for this collaboration.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Gert-Jan, for your kind words for everyone. This really leads to the end of today's seminar. Well, last year in Europe, I shared my observation of this seminar with one word. Do you remember, Elizabeth? It was responsibility to continue. So that really became the driving force of me and Professor Zhou from Seoul University to continue this event on heritage interpretation for future generation. And I think that became the motivation of our partners, Free University, Heritage, and our World Heritage to work together this year. This year, I'd like to say this one word: interaction. Heritage interpretation is a continuous dialogue between the past and the present, and among the groups with the different ideas. It could be a better ground in a new digital platform, like Professor Golden said today in the morning, but it's okay, because I believe with the respect for each other's different views, we can make a better future together, where full history can be transmitted to our next generations. Thank you all for your kind participation today, and I look forward to meeting you in the near future. Have a restful evening and goodbye. Thank you.